you're in like a weight room or something.
All right, Kenan, talk to me so I can hear. All right, folks. Roland Martin here. Glad to have all of you on here. We've got a lot of folks who are on the StreamYard, but here's also what we're doing. There's some folks that have already sent me text and they say that they can't get in. Here's the deal. We are streaming this to multiple platforms. So you could actually watch this. You can actually watch this on different platforms. You can watch this on YouTube. You can watch it on our Twitch page. You can watch it on Facebook as well. So everyone doesn't have to all be into the StreamYard. We made it possible for everyone to be able to access this. We've got a whole list of folks lined up to speak. And so what we want to do is we want to get this thing started. Do we have Pastor Jamal Bryant to get us started with prayer? So guys, if you can let me know if we have Jamal Bryant on here. Do this here, studio. Let me try to kill this speaker over here, please. Get you to kill the speaker. And so again, we just finished hosting Roland Martin Unfiltered. We want to thank all the brothers folks who are watching us on the Black Star Network. We're happy to do this, Win with Black Men. So many people are ready for us to actually get started. Pastor Jamal Bryant, Keenan, let's pull Pastor Jamal Bryant. He's going to get us started with prayer.
Thank you so much, Roland, and good evening, brothers. What an amazing evening. Every freshman week for over 25 years, Benjamin Elijah Mays would say to the incoming class of freshmen, "No time to dream nor drift, for we have work to do and loads to lift. Shun not the struggle, 'tis God's gift. Be strong." Brothers, let's pray. Good and gracious God, we thank you for the place that you have placed us in to provide, to protect, and to lead. I pray that you'll give us strength for the journey. You'll give us strategy against the opposition. I pray that you'll blaze a path forward. I pray, dear Lord, that you will enlarge and increase our numbers. God, thank you for making us men. Before the foundations of the world, you knew that this moment was going to come and strong men were going to be needed. Now guide our feet, while we run this race, so we don't run the race in vain. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
All right, Pastor Jamal Bryant, we sure appreciate it. Thank you very much. Glad to have clergy on here. He's also a Kappa, so glad to have him supporting us as well. Yeah, go ahead and throw your OK sign up. All right, always glad to see you. Folks, again, we are at capacity on StreamYard, so do me a favor. All of your various chat groups and men's groups, let them know they can actually watch this by going to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Martin. They can watch on the Black Star Network app as well. So we have availability to watch it many different ways, not just through StreamYard. So you want to watch it there. Joining us right now is Quentin James, one of the co-founders of Collective Pack, also one of the co-hosts of this call. Quentin? Let's pull up Quentin James, please. There we go. Quentin, there you go.
Roland, how you doing, brother? Thank you for having us today. Roland, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear. Quentin, go ahead.
Roland, you there?
Yep, I'm here. You go ahead.
Thank you so much for having us tonight, brother. I know we're having some tech challenges. We're getting over it, but listen, everybody, this is a huge moment for all of us. Tonight will be the largest gathering of Black men in politics in recent history, and we are united to support our sister Vice President Kamala Harris for president. You're going to hear a lot of information tonight, both about what we should be doing. A lot of different leaders from different organizations. I'm here on behalf of the Collective Pack. We support Black candidates who run for office on a local, state, federal level. But we have one job tonight, in a few jobs. One of those jobs tonight is to raise money to support our sister, again, Vice President Kamala Harris. So in the chat, you all will be getting a link to donate. We know last night our sisters with Win with Black Women raised over $1.5 million. And brothers, we know we can either match that or exceed that tonight. We want to make sure we have our sisters' backs. And so tonight, we're going to be asking each and every one of you all to step up and contribute money to support our Vice President, Kamala Harris, as she seeks to become the first woman, first Black woman, first Asian American woman to win the White House. We have a huge threat in front of us in Donald Trump. You'll hear more about that tonight. But major kudos to Roland Martin, to the Honorable Michael Blake, to all the organizers of tonight, attorney and CNN commentator Bakari Sellers, Khalil Thompson, all the folks on the Biden-Harris campaign, including Trey Baker and folks at the CBC, Vincent Evans, all of you all. Thank you all so much for tonight. We have a few thousand brothers on the line now. We're going to get up to hopefully 10, 20, maybe 50,000 brothers tonight. So if you are watching, please post the link on Facebook, on Twitter. Let everybody know to join this conversation right now, because tonight we've got a lot of work to do. So passing it back over to you, Roland.
All right, Quentin. We're having some slight issues here, but hopefully we can sort through those right now. Everybody who's watching, let me be perfectly clear. We've maxed out on StreamYard, completely maxed out. We've raised the limit to 20,000. We totally maxed out. Let everybody know they can watch this by going to youtube.com/Roland S. Martin. youtube.com/Roland S. Martin. They can actually watch it. Next up is Michael. Michael, you ready?
I am. What's going on, brother? Good to see y'all.
Yes, sir.
First and foremost, everyone, we just got so much love for y'all. We appreciate you. Of course, Brother Martin, all day, every day. We thank you for everything. For everybody that's watching us right now, Michael Blake, honored to be here. Win with Black men and what we're doing. Before we keep going, let us show love and honor to our dear sister that we recently lost on this journey, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who has been a blessing, a titan, and just an incredible visionary for all of us. And the work that we all talk through around reparations, around justice, we say God bless Sheila Jackson Lee and to her entire family. We offer our condolences. To all that are here, to Khalil Thompson, to Quentin James, to everyone that made it happen. Of course, to Brother Roland, to Bakari Sellers, everyone that is here tonight, we say thank you, thank you, thank you, because we have 106 days to make sure that Black men are a part of this journey. 106 days to make it very clear that we are not going anywhere. We are here right now. 106 days to remind the country that you cannot make progress without Black men. And that's the reason why when we put this out today, more than 20,000 already are on the line. 20,014 signed up what we got going here. So we want to make sure everybody's engaged. First and foremost, please be aware of the link that is going to be moving out on how you can donate. And again, shout out to Vote to Live, shout out to Collective. Your donation will ensure that we split donations to the campaign to make sure that Vice President Harris becomes President Harris, and to the other Black organizations that are doing the work. Collective, Vote to Live, Win with Black Men, Kairos Democracy Project, Democracy, all of our respective groups, Black Men Vote, Black Male Voter Project, all of our respective groups, we are here to make sure we do the work so that we win for our people. Now, when people are out, next steps, let's be clear. The Vice President obviously is now taking the steps when it comes to capturing delegates. I'm aware of several states, including the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, where they voted their entire delegation to endorse her tonight. We expect that will probably get resolved in the next 1 to 2 days. We'll be very, she will obviously. It has been now publicly announced that a Black man, former Attorney General Eric Holder, is leading the VET nomination process and happening around the vetting process. That is critical for all of us to be aware. It is also for us to be mindful of the language that we use. Yes, we have to ensure that she becomes the first Black woman, the first Caribbean woman, the first Indian American woman to become nominee and soon to become president. But let's also make sure we're mindful. They will try to make this a conversation where they talk about a prosecutor versus something else. Let's be mindful that we don't want to hear the language that's negative to our brothers. We don't want to hear convicted because had a negative situation on too many of our communities. Let's be very clear. She is capable. She is absolutely competent, dynamic, inspirational. It is our job as Black to support our sisters. So with that, let's be very clear about the link itself. So everyone that's listening, if you want to help support the cause, go to right now, secure.actblue.com/donate/TCP-Kamala. Again, one more time. Hear me, focus everybody. Secure.actblue.com/donate/TCP-Kamala. That is the link that we want for you to donate. So we show what is possible. You've already seen what's been happening. Our sisters were incredible. More than $1.5 million they raised in less than 24 hours. We as brothers have to be part of this effort. Lastly, this all is going to move very quickly. You're going to hear from a lot of speakers on tonight. You're going to hear from Governor Westmore. You're going to hear from CBC Chair, Congressman Stephen Horsford. You're going to hear from CBC PAC Chair, Congressman Greg Meeks. You're going to hear from lieutenant governors and mayors and senators and all the different leaders. But our jobs have to be ensuring we get the message out, we mobilize on the ground, and we keep people engaged. So with that, Brother Roland Martin, we thank you. We thank you. We thank you. It's up on the screen, everybody. If you want to be supportive, that's the link on the screen. $5, $10, $25, $500, $1,000. Do what you need to do, brothers, so that we support our vice president becoming president. It is essential. I go back to knowing her, going back to 2008 when she came and campaigned with her sister Maya, her brother-in-law Tony, for then Senator Obama. The same way she had our back, we have to have her back. So everybody, all the speakers, will continue this from here. Brother Martin, thank you again. And I know next up we have incredible leaders. We're going to have Brother Governor. We're going to have Brother Congressman and Chairman Horsford. Stay with us throughout the night, everybody. We'll come back with more call to action later on. Thank you and God bless. Brother Roland Martin, back to you.
So explain to people that, again, we have the link there. And so some of the funds are going towards the campaign, but others are going specifically to Black male groups to drive GOTV, get out the vote efforts on the ground in critical states.
Absolutely. Everybody, we want us to internalize this. There's a 7 battleground state that will determine this election. You know, we know the Midwest blue wall of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. In the South, we have North Carolina and Georgia, and out in the West, Nevada and Arizona. Not saying other states are not critical, but we're just saying in terms of what is happening for get out the vote in these battleground states. That said, when you donate, you will ensure that we support our vice president becoming president, and you support Black-led, Black male-led organizations that are doing the work on the ground, on TV, on digital, all the different outlets. So you're supporting Collective, you're supporting Vote to Live, you're supporting the Kairos Democracy Project, you're supporting Democracy, you're supporting Black Men Vote, you're supporting Win with Black Men, you're supporting Black Male Vote Project. Why? Because too often we are not getting the support to provide additional resources on the ground so that we can knock on doors, so that we can make phone calls, so that we can have the commercials that are directed to us, so that we can have the visualization that is necessary for us. Brothers, you like me are tired of people saying it's not our time. It is our time. Donate, click, be in, so we can make sure that more support happens across our country.
Hey, all right, Michael, we appreciate that. Keenan, do me a favor. Can you please drop the RMU crawl, the Black Star Network crawl? So, folks, we normally, when we do these broadcasts, so we actually have that on our show all the time. So, Keenan, kill that crawl at the bottom, and let's just keep that a secure donate button there. So if y'all want to support Roland Martin Unfiltered, y'all in the Black Star Network, y'all can go to blackstarnetwork.com. But I only want this donation link to be up at the bottom there. Khalil Thompson, folks, he is our next speaker. He is executive director of Win with Black Men. Khalil, how you doing? We have Khalil there. All right. I see Michael. Do we have Khalil? Khalil?
Great, Roland, thank you so much for having me. Truly an honor to be. You got me? All right, cool. Just want to say thank you for convening this and working with myself, Brother Quentin James, Brother Michael Blake, Brother Bakari Sellers for getting us all here tonight. As we do, and as I want to give great honor to my parents, Kathy Thompson, Oswald Thompson. I wouldn't be here without both of them. Following in the footsteps of great Black women. Homage to Joteka Edie and the great work that Women with Black Women have done. Women with Black Men is here to stand up and speak for all Black men. Blue collar, white collar, no collar. It doesn't matter what your affiliation is. As long as you're a Black man, you have a voice and a vote. And we want to make sure you exercise both, not only this evening, but also at the ballot box. Truly excited to be here. Following up on my Yardy brother, Michael Blake, and then soon to follow up with our Governor Wes Moore. We love the donations that jingle, but to quote a favorite movie, we love the donations that fold. So if you're able to go ahead and click that link right there, secureactblue.com/donate/TCP-com. We truly appreciate it so that the organizations that are doing the work on the ground, Black Male Voter Project, Black Men Vote, Win with Black Men, Black Men Build, Fred Hicks and others on the ground who are working hard, we want to make sure they receive the dollars and continue to do the great work in the communities. Also want to give a big shout out to Pennsylvania State Senator Vincent Hughes, Dr. Amos C. Brown from San Francisco Third Baptist Church, and Harris County Commissioner Rodney Ellis. Thank you so much for joining us, as well as many others who are on this evening. Truly honored to be here and doing this work, following obviously from the work that Blake and Quentin and others and I have done on the Obama campaign and continue to do in the community. Just want to put the challenge out. We are not a monolithic community. We have various different thoughts. I know Brother Martin may like Marvel. I like DC. That's comics, that is. But we all have various different groups.
I don't watch none of them. I don't watch. I mean, I just,
fair enough.
I watch dramas.
Okay, fair enough. But the point is that while we come from different ilks and different communities, some of us from inner cities, some of us go to tractor pulls, some of us wear cowboy hats, some of us wear Jordans. This is not about where you're from or what community you're in. It's about showing up on November 5th, going out during early voting, participating in your civic duty. I know many of us would call back on our ancestors who have literally died to get us here in this point so that we can vote freely. Not necessarily going down that road, but so many have given so that we can be here and having this conversation openly tonight. We have the momentous opportunity to elect and watch the baton given to hopefully the first Black female president. I have an amazing young daughter who is 7 years old, who got to meet her just a couple of weeks ago. And I am honored to be on here tonight with all of you. I am hoping we do 40, 50, 60,000 Black men who are joining this call, either here in this space or on YouTube. I hope we can match what our Black sisters have done. I know throughout tonight, we are going to hear where the dollars are going. So continue to let them flow in, continue to let them sign up. I would be remiss as an organizer if I did not leave with one call to action, not only by donating. We need you to visit not only Women Black, but other Black male organizations, other groups that are out here and organizing around the country. Sign up for a shift. Go out and knock on a door. Talk to your brethren when you're at the shop, getting your haircut and getting lined up. When you're in getting your car washed or detailed at the tail end of this summer, make sure you talk to somebody about voting. Make sure you not only bring to the table what you bring on the court or in the office, you bring in that voting booth that same passion. So again, we're asking each and every one of you, find 5 friends in your community, 5 friends in your neighborhood, 5 friends on your block that you know that may be disenfranchised and may not want to vote. Convince them that it is about voting in this election for your community. You have governors, lieutenant governors, state senators, state representatives, officials, municipal officials, community organizers that are on here who are doing the work in there. We need you to show up and elect and hire people that we're going to hold accountable. So we're asking you not only to give, but at least find 5 people on your block and in the shop that you can talk to about voting this election cycle. Women Black Men is here to support you. Much like others, we have our Shape It Up conversations that we're doing around the country. We look forward to seeing you. We just saw Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist in Detroit a couple of weeks ago, and we're excited to see others on the road. Roland, I give it back to you, and I know we're going to kick it to
I got you.
CBC Chairman Stephen Horsford.
Well, first of all, Khalil, since you said we wear cowboy hats, I went ahead. I'm from Houston, so I went ahead and grabbed my hat since you went ahead and said that. So I gotta represent the Black Cowboys. So we appreciate that, folks. We started this call literally 20 minutes ago. We have already raised $130,000. Brothers, y'all are doing this thing already, and so we've already hit $130,000. And our next guest, he knows how to raise money. He knows how to get them fired up. And he's one of the baddest brothers. And yes, he's a member of the coldest and the boldest fraternity of them all, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Put y'all hands together, brothers, for the governor of Maryland, Governor Westmore.
What's going on, Frat?
All good, brother.
What's going on, everybody? I'm thrilled to be on here. And first, let me just say to the folks who are putting this on, brother Roland, brother Blake, another good Alpha Phi Alpha man, brother Khalil, brother Bakari, and brother Quentin, and to everybody on here. I just want to say how much I appreciate you and how thankful I am for you, because I know that when we mobilize, we win. There's just no stopping it. This becomes an unbelievable and an immovable force when we all mobilize and can get fired up about what we know is the mission at hand. And I'm telling you, I got a chance to see this firsthand in our campaign, that is really because of your love and because of your support and because of your push that I'm standing here right now as not just the 63rd governor of my state, but the first African-American governor in the history of the state of Maryland, and only the 3rd African-American ever elected governor in the history of this country. When we mobilize, we move mountains. Now we have a new mission, y'all. We've got to make sure that we are mobilizing for our vice president, for Kamala Harris, who has stood by us, supported us, lifted us up. And it's important that she knows that she has an entire army behind her. And I'll just say, very, very briefly, I have had the joy of working very closely, hand in hand, with her as one of our country's chief executives. I've had a chance to see her in the trenches. And one thing I believe deeply is I never learn anything about anybody in times of ease. Anything I ever need to know about somebody, watch them when times are hard. Watch them when it's difficult. Watch how they work when the pressure gets turned up. And that's when she is at her best. We've got 100 days to go out there and make sure that we are going to protect the future for our children, protect the future for our families, protect the future for our communities, protect the future of our neighborhoods by making sure that we have a president of the United States who sees us, believes in us, and who honors us. And that is Vice President Kamala Harris. And so I'm so grateful for each and every one of you, not just for what we're going to do tonight, but what we're going to do tomorrow, what we're going to do next week, what we will do until Election Day to make sure that the honor of those and the promise of those who came before us is seen and heard and respected. And the honor and the promise of those who will come after us will be seen and heard and respected. And how we move in this moment, it will be remembered. And so I'm so grateful for each and every one of you, brothers, for stepping up and saying, we got her in the way that she and frankly, Black women have always had us. It's our time. And we have to make sure we don't miss this moment and we get this moment right. So God bless y'all. Thank you for everything you continue to do. And let's go ahead and win this thing in November. When we mobilize, we are an immovable mountain. And it's our time to get it right.
Brad, I appreciate it. You're absolutely right. That's one of the reasons why I decided to break out this shirt. This was given to me 2 years ago by the ground game folks, Georgia Stand Up. And if y'all can't see it, what the shirt says, it says right here, elect Black women, fund Black women, believe Black women, invest in Black women, follow Black women, defend Black women, hire Black women, promote Black women, and at bottom, stand up and vote for Black women. So Georgia Stand Up, I appreciate that. Again, Governor Westmore, my brother, thanks a bunch. Continue the great job, and we'll see you out there on the campaign trail.
You know you will. You know you will. God bless y'all.
Appreciate it. Joining us right now, folks, he is the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, hailing from Nevada, and also a frat brother of mine, Congressman Stephen Horsford. Congressman? Congressman Stephen Horsford.
Hello.
There we go, Congressman. Looks like you're in the car, but you're live. Go ahead.
Hello, Brother Martin. Great to be with all of you. Thank you to Brother Blake and Brother Bakari, Sellers, and all the organizers. Look, I'll be brief. I'm headed back to the Capitol to honor former Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who we lost over the weekend. But I'm standing in unity with brothers and sisters all around the country for our Vice President, Kamala Harris. She is the most prepared and qualified person to win this nomination, to defeat Donald Trump, and to govern for the next generation of leaders. This is an opportunity for all of us to play our part in making sure that we advance economic opportunity and wealth. I'm proud as chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. This has been the center of our agenda around work, wages, and wealth for the brothers in labor, for the brothers that are starting their own businesses, to the brothers that are in corporate America. This is an agenda that lifts all of us up. And we have been working with the Vice President on her Economic Opportunities Tour to lift up this agenda. And I know that she is committed to closing the racial wealth gap and making sure that we have a seat at the table when she becomes the president, the 47th president of the United States. Now, I represent Nevada in the 4th Congressional District, including Las Vegas. We are a battleground district, and it's going to take all of you to make sure that we not only win the White House, and Nevada was one of the key states that we had to carry in 2020. We'll have to do it again, but also to win the House and to make Hakeem Jeffries the next speaker, the first Black speaker of the House of Representatives. And that is as equally and as important, because we've got to control the Congress in order to control the agenda to get these bills on the desk of the president when our Vice President Kamala Harris is in charge. So I'm asking every brother tonight to do our part. I'm doing my part. I'm going to donate to Harris for President and to make sure that we are seating her. She's already raised more than $100 million In the last 36 hours, 880,000 grassroots donors have contributed. 40% of them, 60% of them, first-time contributors ever. So the energy, the excitement, the enthusiasm that is behind the movement that is now Kamala Harris is electrifying, and we're going to be a part of it. And I know Black women vote, or Win with Black Women, excuse me, did their part, and I know Win with Black Men will do the same thing tonight. So I want to thank you, Brother Roland. I'm getting ready to head up to the floor, but thank you for allowing me to jump on for a few minutes. And I just want everybody to know the Congressional Black Caucus is 100% behind the Vice President, and we will do everything that we can with the 60 members, the largest in our history, 120 million constituents, a third of the U.S. population, 20 million Black Americans. And we understand that as the conscience of the Congress, this is our moment, this is our time. So let's get out here, let's win, and let's show people that we are unified behind our Vice President, Kamala Harris. Thank you, everybody.
Congressman Horford, great words there. First of all, I have known Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee longer than anybody else, dating back to when I was an intern at the Houston Defender in 1990. Her office was right next door to ours. And so certainly our condolences. I was last with you and her at the funeral of Reverend William Lawson in Houston. And so she was indeed a warrior fighting on behalf of all of us. And so she is certainly with us in spirit. And we are going to, on the Black Star Network, we're going to be definitely live streaming all of her funeral services once they are announced. So we appreciate it. Thank you so very much, sir. Folks, joining us right now, Repairs of the Breach. He is a co-convener, leader of the Poor People's Campaign as well. Another alpha brother of mine. I want to go to Reverend Dr. William Barber. I know we have him via audio. Reverend Barber.
You hear me?
Yes, we got you, Doc.
Doc, I was just thinking, first of all, thanks to all the brothers that are on, is that the 47th president is a prime number. 47 is a prime number. You can't divide it. And prime numbers only come around every so often. Every so often they're special, but they're transformative. And this is a prime number time. I also want to say to the brothers, as you and I talk often about this organizing, the fact of the matter is Vice President Harris, she was poised to sign a bill to give 55 million Americans, if it had come to her, it would have been a deciding vote, not sign a deciding vote, a living wage of at least $15 an hour, something that Dr. King had dreamed of. She was ready to sign off on the Voting Rights Act restored. If it had come to her, she would have been the deciding vote. She didn't get that opportunity then, but as president, I'm sure she will get the opportunities and will push those two things, one which will lift over 43% of all African Americans out of poverty and low wages. Just one piece of legislation. And so this is a critical time. And brothers, what I want to say to us as we talk about mobilizing is that there is power in this moment. In North Carolina, when the last election and Trump won North Carolina, he only won by 174,000 votes. But over 1.2 million persons didn't vote, and over 500,000 African Americans. In Michigan, the margin of victory was only 10,000 votes, but over 1 million poor and low wealth voters who are infrequent voters did not vote. In Wisconsin, 20,000 and over 1.3 million infrequent poor and low wage voters didn't vote. In Pennsylvania, the margin of victory was only 40,000 votes, and over nearly 2 million poor and low wage voters did not vote. And African Americans, 60% of African Americans are in that area. The point I'm saying to us, brothers, is that there is this power, there is this remnant. The Bible says there comes a time when a remnant can literally save the nation. There's a time when someone like an Esther figure steps to the plate, steps to the time, and can literally transform the nation. And the remnant out here, enough votes, people are already registered who just need to be moved, who just need to be pushed, that can change this nation. Last point, Roland. In battleground states, where the margin of victory was only 3%, poor and low-wage voters represent over 43% of those are the votes in that state. My brothers, let's reach out to the brothers. Yes, the brothers in the frat, like me and Roland and Alpha and another brother in Capitol, but let's reach out to the brother in the barbershop, to the brother that digs the ditches, to the brothers that is the janitor, to the brother that's in school, to the brother that's a teacher, to the brothers that are painters, to the brothers that are plumbers, to the brothers everywhere, and lift up a mighty transformative remnant of voters that can change the direction of this nation. It is time. We can do it. And I want to offer a challenge, Roland, and that is that every preacher that can, if we would give $500 a piece at least to the fund to empower Black men, and to challenge every other pastor that can do that to do it tonight or at least by tomorrow. God bless you. Thank you so much. Let's get it done.
Reverend Dr. William Barber Pratt, we appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Let me give y'all an update. Brothers, we have already raised, we have only been live for 33 minutes, and we've already raised $500,000. Y'all see the number down there? Y'all are killing it. We've got brothers from all over. Pass the word. Please post on social media. We are maxed out at StreamYard. That's why we're streaming on YouTube and my Facebook page. Go to youtube.com/Roland S. Martin or go to the Black Star Network app. Tell everybody they can watch this conversation on YouTube. No need to sign in. We still would love for them to go to winwithblackmen.org so we can capture your data. But to watch this, just go to the YouTube channel. You can see all of this here. Joining us right now, he is live calling in from London, England. He is Lieutenant Governor of Michigan, Garland Gilchrist. Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist, welcome to this amazing call. Thousands of brothers all around the country and obviously around the world. You're live.
Hey everybody, it's Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist. I'm repping the great state of Michigan, but I'm talking to you from London, which means it is 1:38 in the morning over here. But I stayed up because I wanted to be part of this powerful conversation, community, and connection, a demonstration and illustration of leadership and unity behind who will be the next president of the United States, and that is Vice President Kamala Harris. I want to thank every brother who has joined here. And I want to thank all of you for inviting others to be part of this, to contribute, to donate your money. And now we need everybody to not only give dollars, but we need them to give their muscle, their resources, their minds, their intelligence, their tenacity to make sure that we do everything within our power to make sure that not only that Vice President Kamala Harris wins, but that we win. And we win when we work together. We work together so we can win together. We win together so we can work together. I'm so excited that the state of Michigan is not only going to be in play, but we have a chance to deliver an electoral victory, the likes of which we have not seen in generations, because we are at a generational moment. All of you understand that we deserve the right to access the dream of health and wealth that exists and burns brightly within every single Black man's soul. That is what we work so hard for. That is what we get so frustrated about when racism and every other form of hatred holds us back from us reaching our full potential. But when we support one another, we can make things happen. And it is that kind of energy we need to bring to this electoral process to make sure that we can make a difference. There are brothers all over the United States of America who will get involved if you talk to them. Every Black man is one conversation away from being engaged in this political process in the way that we have never been engaged in the political process. This is our moment. It's our opportunity. We need to take ownership of this opportunity so we can show leadership going forward. I'm so proud of all of you for being part of this. Roland, I want to thank you for the leadership to bring us all together. Blake, I want to thank you for inviting me. I might be tired right now, but I'm never too tired to put in the work for this movement. I'm never too tired to put in the work for Black people. I'm never too tired to put in work for the state of Michigan. I'm never too tired to put in the work for our collective future that is better when we are a part of it, because our vision of the future is too big to leave anybody out. Those who stand against us, they see a future so small that it cannot fit Black men. It cannot fit Black women. It cannot fit Black babies. It cannot fit the diverse and beautiful members of our community. But I say to them, like I say to you, we believe in a big, abundant, and bold future where we all have a place, have a role, and can be our best. So, gentlemen, God bless you. It's time for us to get to work. It's time for us to convince every person in our life that this is their moment, that when they say something doesn't matter to them, they say the moments always matter to you when you take ownership of those moments. So challenge them to step up, to stand in, and to stand tall. Thank you for having me on here. Let's make history with how much we bring in and raise here. Let's lay a foundation for all of our leadership as individuals and our leadership as a collective, because there is enough room for all of us to lead us into this future. Thank you so much for having me, y'all. Let's go get it.
All right, so y'all just want y'all to know, he got the blue blazer on and he's like speaking. Y'all, Lieutenant Governor was like, yo, I'm hyped. That's what he was texting me. So it's early in the morning in London, but he is hyped. We appreciate, brother, you being on this call. I last saw you when I was in Detroit when the vice president was there. You're doing a great job there. And so, listen, we got to have a strong ground game in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina, in Wisconsin, in Georgia, in Arizona, in Nevada, in these critical states. And we got other critical elections. There are sisters who are running for United States Senate in Maryland, Angela also Brooks. You got Lisa Rochester running in Delaware. So there are opportunities beyond the top of the ticket. So these are great opportunities. You got a competitive Senate race there. Hill Harper's on the call as well, and they're in Michigan. So a lot is happening. Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist, we appreciate it, bro. Thanks a lot.
All right, y'all. Be good.
Appreciate it. Folks, we're going to keep this thing going. Again, you see right here, the donate button is below. Look, we have a goal, but we're not going to give you the number. We want y'all to keep giving. And again, you're supporting the campaign, but you're also supporting Black men's organizations. Do understand, ground game is critical. Many of our organizations do not get the support. A lot of these consultants want to run all the ads on television, but you got to have folks who are making phone calls, who are knocking on doors, who are doing precinct walks. And so that's why your donations are critically important. That's right now. We're going to go to Nevada. See, I know, so I was going to go to Mark Morial with the head of the National Urban League, but I think Quentin and the rest of them said, hey, we done had too many alphas speak in a row. So let's go ahead and go to this Kappa. I went to Texas A&M with him. He's the Attorney General in Nevada, Aaron Ford. What's up, bro? You on mute. Come on, Kappa, you on mute.
Yeah, you know what? I was just saying, look, I know it's cold in here, but it's pretty too. I mean, hey, Roland, it's great to see you, man. I'm so proud of you, always proud of you, man. You have spearheaded this with your co-host, and I just can't thank y'all enough for putting this on. It's so important. What we're talking about right now, what we're doing right now, the moment that we are in is just too hard for us to grasp. And so we have to stay engaged and we have to continue pushing forward on this. And so, look, I'm not going to tarry long because in about 10 minutes, 6 minutes actually, I got to jump on the Nevada State delegation call. We're meeting, our delegates are meeting. I'm one of the delegates going to Chicago, and we're meeting to talk about committing our delegates. And obviously I'm pushing for Kamala Harris, and I think we're going to pull that out. So I don't have much time to spare, but I did want to jump on and just augment what has already been said. Look, we are in a very crucial moment in our country's history. And right now, I'm so honored to be working with everybody to push this thing forward. I'm just reminded of a handful of songs. I know y'all were talking about Marvel versus DC. Roland, I think you and I have something in common. We both like good music. And there's music out there that's spoken to us for generations. And one of the good songs that I've liked out there by Ice Cube is It Was a Good Day. And sometimes we can get caught up in this concept of thinking it's a good day because we're living in our own little gated neighborhoods, or we're driving our nice cars and we got money in the bank. But the truth is, it's not a good day, right? The song was talking about utopia, and at the very end of that song, Ice Cube wakes up and he says, "Wake up. Let me snap back to reality." And he recognizes we are not in a good day. We're on the precipice of danger. And that's where we are right now, on the precipice of danger. We've been warned about this several times before, with Marvin Gaye asking questions like, what's going on, right? Where he's talking about war, and he's talking about poverty. He's talking about picket lines, and he's talking about brutality. Does that sound familiar to y'all? We're going through the same issues now that our songs have told us about over the course of generations. There was another song out there that gave a very good directive, and it was simple: wake up, everybody. That's what Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes told us to do, to wake up everybody. But here's the truth of the matter, y'all. People want you thinking it's a good day. They want to lull you into a sense of complacency, and that's what the other side is doing right now. They want to lull you into a sense of complacency so that you're not asking questions like, what's going on? That's the reason why they are getting rid of books. They're banning books and they're rewriting history because they want you ignorant. They want you complacent. They don't want you asking what's going on. They don't want you woke, y'all. They don't want you to wake up, everybody. They have a war on woke, in fact. And so what we have to continue to recognize is that is nothing but the devil at the end of the day, like my mama would say. They are trying their best to take us backwards. They complain about the word progressive like it's a bad word, but the truth of the matter is the opposite of progressive is regressive, going backwards. And that's what so many of the policies of the other side are trying to do, take us backwards. Don't take my word for it. Look at what they're doing with voting rights, taking us back to before the civil rights era. Look at what they're doing in education. Again, rewriting history and trying to dumb down what has actually happened in our state histories. Don't just take my word for it. Look at what they're doing in reproductive rights. They just took us back 50 years.
Right.
So at the end of the day, we have to continue to fight and push forward and understand that it's not a good day out there, y'all. We have to ask what's going on and wake up and continue to push forward, because otherwise we are doomed to repeat the bad issues that we've already encountered and experienced. And right now, in the Kamala Harris campaign, we have an opportunity to continue moving forward. I've known Kamala for a handful of years now. She was the very first national candidate to support my campaign for Nevada Attorney General.
Right.
I've seen her so many times. Every time she comes to Nevada, I'm meeting her at the tarmac. I've worked with her. She used to be an attorney general. I'm an attorney general, and I know exactly the work she's had to do in pushing back on predators like Donald Trump. So at the end of the day, we have an opportunity here. We cannot waste this opportunity. We have to raise the money at that Ag Blue sign right here at the bottom there. We have to support these organizations that have been working so very hard to continue moving us forward. And I, for one, am going to be in there. I'm going to be counted in that number. And I'm so blessed and honored to be here with you, Roland. Keep up the good work, my man. All of my friends who are putting this on, I really appreciate y'all. And I'm going to stand with you until we're all done with this thing.
All right, then. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Nevada Attorney General Aaron Ford. Thanks a lot. All right, folks. Let me remind all the speakers, we got lots of brothers, literally. We've got folks waiting in the queue to speak. So please keep your comments brief. We would like no more than 2 minutes because we've got so many people who want to jump on. People are texting me. Senator Raphael Warnock is stuck at the airport. He's trying to get on. Don Cheadle is trying to get on. And so many others are trying to get on. Here's an update. We've now hit $600,000. We've only been live, y'all, for 45 minutes. We've already hit 600,000. Y'all keep giving, keep giving. Wendell Pierce just texted me. As I said, Hill Harper has texted me. John Legend is watching us right now. And so this thing is going. Let's go back to some alphas. Hey, y'all, don't blame me. It's just how it is. Lee Saunders, he is the president of AFSCME, the American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees. Let me tell y'all right now, I always give Lee a shout out because AFSCME was the first sponsor of Roland Martin Unfiltered and the Black Star Network. They were with us for year 2 as well. They were sponsors the first 2 years. This show and this network does not exist if it wasn't for Lee's support. And so, Lee, I always appreciate that. You have the floor.
Thank you, Roland. And let me just say this. We're back to the alphas now. So you had so many speakers that are alpha men. And we're going to turn this around and we're going to win in November. But let me just say this. It's great to be here with all of you. I am the president of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. We represent 1.4 million workers across the country, 1.4 million members of AFSCME in the public service. And I want to tell you this. I'll tell you this story real quick. We had a meeting of our board, our executive board, our highest body within our union today. We had a discussion about endorsing Kamala Harris. And before we could even get into the discussion, there was a motion made that we would support Kamala Harris. And it was unanimous, a unanimous vote for Kamala Harris. And I want to tell you this also. I'm the political chair of the AFL-CIO. and a number of other unions are endorsing at the same time. We had a meeting of the AFL-CIO today. I guarantee you that by the end of the week, the overwhelming majority of the trade unions in this country will be supporting Kamala Harris for president of the United States. And let's not make this difficult. And let's not make this hard. We know what we've got to do. We've got to organize, we've got to mobilize, and we've got to educate our communities. Labor has a program where we're going to the work sites, we're knocking on doors at homes, we're getting to people, looking them eye in the eye and saying that it is too important not to vote. You've got to vote. That's a right that we have, that we cannot give away. And you know, it's so great now because we've got somebody who is going to continue to move this country forward. A sister, an AKA brother, she's a sister of the office, but she's going to move this country forward. But she needs our help. She needs our support. So let me tell you something. Labor needs some help. Now we're going to be knocking on those doors. We're going to be going to those work sites, but we need our communities to support us as well, to support Kamala as well. We need you to go to those barbershops. You heard it before. Talk about this in your settings, in your community settings. Move this agenda forward. We know that this is a change moment in our history, and we've got to be a part of it. The trade union movement in this country is a part of it. I am pleading with everybody on this call. Stop the complaining and let's get to work. And if we get to work, guess what? We do what we do best as far as organizing, as far as talking with our community members and our union members. And if we do that, we will win in November. So let's get the job done. And let's start today. Thank you very much.
All right, Frat. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. I got Pastor Rudy McKissick texting me, talking about you need to get some Omegas on here. I mean, my bad, Rudy. I mean, that's just how it's just working out. I mean, I'm not controlling the speakers list. They sending me the names. So Lee, I appreciate it. And so we got some other folk. Again, a lot of people we got coming up, y'all. Don't forget, give to that link right there. Keenan, go ahead and pull that link up. People, this is where you can give. Yo, we are well on our way to $1 million. And we want to exceed that. And so secure.atblue.com/donate/TCP-Kamala. And remember that some go to the campaign, and a lot of that money is going to the grassroots organizations, Black men's organizations who are on the ground. I know, I'm sorry, Kappas, Omegas, Sigmas, and Iotas. Next up is my frat brother, Mark Morial, longtime mayor of New Orleans, also president and CEO of the National Urban League. And remember, every person who is speaking here of a nonprofit, they're speaking in their personal capacity on this call. Mark Morial, what's up,
Hey,
Frat?
Roland, good to be with you, brother. 8506 all the way. And I want to emphasize that I am here tonight in my individual capacity. I proudly lead the National Urban League, but tonight I'm in my individual capacity. And I'll be voting for Kamala Harris. I've made a personal contribution to Kamala Harris. We must stand with our sister, but we must importantly stand in this moment where the choice is between forward ever or going backward. We know Joe Biden has been consequential, a president who has responded, who's made history, who rescued us from COVID, rescued us from the 15 million people unemployed that Trump left behind. We know that. He put Ketanji Brown Jackson on the Supreme Court. He put Kamala Harris in the vice president's seat. And thus we have this chance for this moment. Two quick things, Roland, I want to address. Number one, I want to address the absurdity that I heard from someone today about whether, quote, Kamala Harris was ready to be president. Number one, this woman has been an elected official for 20 years. More time than Donald Trump ever served in office, more time than George W. Bush, 43, served in office, more time than many presidents have served in office, and a variety of experience as a smart lawyer, and a district attorney and attorney general and a distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee in the Senate, and now 4 years as vice president to a consequential president. That is number one. Let's not engage or allow people to create a double standard for Kamala Harris. Number two, it is absolutely unacceptable for us to suggest there's any legitimacy or rationale in saying, I'm not going to vote. We will not unilaterally disarm. We cannot disrespect the hard work of our fathers and mothers and grandmothers and grandfathers and ancestors, and we can't surrender our power by not using it. It is not a choice to not vote. And if this new candidate at the head of the ticket means anything, we are now energized and the stakes are clear. I believe that tonight, Mr. Trump is shaking in his boots. He'll do anything and everything to avoid a debate with this sister who will call him out for all of his transgressions, for all of his illegal misogynistic activity. We know what we need to do. We have to work in the grassroots. We have to knock on every door. We have to be in every community center, in every church, on every campus. We must light a flame under our community and communities nationwide and build a huge coalition to make this a historic win come November. I am here in my personal capacity, and I am passionate about this choice. I am now not only a father of 3, but a grandfather of a new 2-year-old. And when I think about them and the America I want them to live in. So this fight must continue, and this fight must go on. And I'm just proud to be with all you brothers tonight who are stepping up in a positive way. Roland, let's keep this going. Let's not make this a one-off. Let's keep this conversation going all the way through November, and let us move and work and act.
Mark, we absolutely will. That's one of the reasons why we are collecting data. And so, folks, we want y'all to go to winwithblackmen.org, fill that form out. There's a reason we want you to do that, because we need to do data collection. We don't believe in just having conversations and then don't know who actually was on the phone call. And so that's what we want y'all to do. And so, Mark, we certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. I know all the Omegas and the Kappas sitting here getting mad. Y'all, I'm just following orders. So y'all step on up. Next up, super producer, Will Packer, FAMU, represent HBCUs, Anna Alpha. What's up, Frat?
What up, baby? What's happening?
All good.
Come on, man, bro. I'm gonna hit you with the 11119, sir.
Oh, 6. My voice is hoarse.
Already
I can still hit that.
That's all right. You've been out there putting that work in. One time for the Ice Cold Brothers of A5A. One time for everybody from the Florida A&M University. Shout out. Put them rattlers in the chat so I know you out there. Listen, Ro, I'm not going to be long. I want to give honor to everybody that put this together. Listen, you all that are here, all 20, 30,000 of y'all that are here, you are here, right? You understand how important this is. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to give what you can. Somebody asked, how much? What can you give? What you got? What can you afford to give? Okay. The next thing I want you to do is talk to other brothers, cats that's not in this chat. And y'all know who they are. You know the cats that sit back and go, I don't know, for what, right? Ain't none of them for me. Ain't none of them right. I don't want to do it. I understand that. You got to talk to them. That's what we got to do. Use our power and influence. The other side has a base that no matter what, they are always riding for theirs, right? They are counting on us to sit this out. They are counting on us to not have a base that comes out and shows up for this sister. I know Madam VP personally. I know Kamala Harris personally. And I'm telling you now, she is ready. She is up to the challenge, and we will win this. They count us out, brothers. And you know what happens when they count us out. I work in Hollywood. You know that, Ro. And I tell people all the time, you got to understand that audiences never realize the true power that they have. They think that that the executives in Hollywood are determining what movies and TV shows are getting made. And I tell people all the time, that's not the case. You know who determines what gets made in Hollywood? You, the audience. Audiences have the power. If you see something, that means that an audience has said, we want to see that. We have the power in this election. This is it. When's the last time you, I'm talking to you that's watching this right now, when the last time you did something that was truly monumental, truly consequential for yourself, for your family, for your community? This is the time. Who better than you? Who better than us? Let's go. That's it. It's period. It's done. This is it. They count us out. They think black men not going to stand up. Guess what? We're going to stand up. We're going to show out. I want you to give what you can, and I want you to reach out to those brothers that are doubting this moment. You know who they are. I want you to talk to those cats, the one that's like, for what? I'm going to sit back. Why do I need to be involved? This is it. This is the moment. It's not another moment. Don't wait on another moment. Don't wait on another time. We don't have time for that. This is it. This is our moment, and black men will lead the way. Black men will lead the way. Show me something, brothers. That's it. I came on here to say that, Ro. That's it. That's what I had to say. Let's go and let's get it. It's our time.
Right. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so very much for joining us and sharing those words. And then we're going to see you out on the campaign trail. Let me also remind y'all this. Conan, who is the husband of Ayanna Presley, he sent me this text. Make sure you tell brothers, don't forget brothers from the block. And here's the deal. We're joking about frats and stuff, but listen, not every brother is in a frat. Not every brother went to college. Not every brother has a college degree. So we're talking about reaching every brother on the streets, every brother in the suites, whether you're a frat, whether you didn't pledge, it doesn't matter. And so we're keeping this thing going. And so we want you to understand, we got brothers from all around the country. People are watching around the world. And again, everybody couldn't get into the chat. Have them go to youtube.com/Roland Martin. They can watch this without having to get in the StreamYard because they capped us. And so we tried to get it expanded, but it was issues with their salespeople. Let's go right now to our next guest. You see him on CNN. He's an attorney as well. And he's from South Carolina. Bakari Sellers, one of the co-hosts of this call. Bakari. There you go.
What's up, my brother? How are you?
All good. You're live.
Thank you so much. Look, I am actually in Las Vegas, Nevada, as we speak. And I just wanted to start off by saying I'm from the big city of Denmark, South Carolina, where we have 3 whole stoplights and a blinking light. And my mom and dad would always tell me the 2 most important words you can say in the English language are the words thank you. And so the first thing I want to do is just say thank you to all my brothers on this call. Quentin James, a special thank you. Roland Martin, a special thank you. Win with Black Men, a special thank you. Everyone who came in to coordinate this effort, a special thank you. We joined here for a singular cause and a common good. We're doing something that nobody really thought would be possible at this moment. And we're answering questions that people had about whether or not we could change the world that we live in. I'm somebody who doesn't believe in necessarily what this country was or what it is, but I believe in what this country can be. And so I'm here with my undying support for Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. And the reason being is because many of us who are on this Zoom call, we are head of households, we are fathers, we are brothers, we are boyfriends, we are providers, we are protectors, and oftentimes our voices get muted in the larger political discourse. And I recall a moment in my life where my wife nearly died giving childbirth, and my daughter was sick with a liver disease. We had to have a transplant at 10 months old, Sadie Sellers. And I never forget the first person to call me.
We got you, Doc. We got you. We got you. Take your time.
It was Kamala Harris. I'm not sure people understand the pain or the suffering that goes along with being a Black man in this country. I'm not sure people understand what it means to stand strong. in this country. I'm not sure people understand what it means to have your back against the wall. But I'm gonna stand with her because she stood with me. During my darkest moment, when I almost lost my daughter, when I had to protect my wife, when I had to fight for a Black woman in the hospital. And so now it's my turn. And I really don't care what you all say about there's another Black man crying or this or that or the third. Because every day I'm gonna work damn hard to make sure that tomorrow's better than yesterday. And so donate, stand up, activate, because if we do not change the country we're living in, our daughters, our sons are gonna have hell to pay. This is an amazing moment for our country. Let's protect Kamala. Let's be with her like she was there for us. And at the end of the day, we're gonna disagree along this road. We're gonna disagree about a lot. But let's put all that petty bickering aside. Let's just stop with all the petty BS. Let's stop with all the silos. Let's stop with this organization versus that organization, or this city versus that city. And let's stand up and be the Black men that changed this country. We built this country. We built our communities. And now it's time for us to stand up again. And so I'm rocking with Kamala. I love all of you all. I'm glad to have this space to share. I want to say a special thank you to the Big Seven. I want to say a special thank you to Rick Wade and Steve Benjamin. A special thank you to Don Lemon. All of these brothers who are on here from South Carolina, Jamie Devine, Aaron Bishop, Antoine C. Wright, and happy birthday, Jim Clyburn. I love you all.
All right, Bakari, I appreciate that, my brother. Somebody sent me a text and say, hey, ain't nothing wrong with a real man showing emotion, showing crying. So, brother, we appreciate that powerful testimony that you just gave, quite emotional. And absolutely, that's a real sister in Kamala Harris. Absolutely. So, Bakari, we appreciate that, man. Thanks for joining us. And thanks for being one of the organizers of this and co-hosting this. Thanks a bunch. To everybody who's watching, it's a lot moving. We got a number of speakers going. And so also, we also see the donut button. Folks, give me an update on how much we've raised. It's a lot of different brothers on here, different walks of life, brothers who are blue collar, who are white collar, you name it, attorneys and doctors, just engineers, janitors, airport ramp workers. I'm seeing your text messages. I'm seeing your comments in the chat rooms. And so, man, we appreciate that. I want to go now to Florida. Congressman Maxwell Frost joins us right now. Brother, how you doing? Keenan, we're going to Congressman Maxwell Frost.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me on.
Glad to have you here. Haven't had you yet on Roland Martin Unfiltered. We got to make that happen. But you right now on Win with Black Men. Go right ahead.
Well, thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate the opportunity, and it's great to be here as we together, especially as Black men, coming around this historic opportunity to elect Kamala Harris as the president of the United States. And I want to talk specifically about an issue that's really important to me, which is ending gun violence. I got involved in politics at the age of 15 years old, because I didn't want to get shot. It was seeing the gun violence in my community. It was seeing the gun violence across the entire country that pushed me to get involved in politics in the first place. And when I got to Congress, the first bill I introduced was to create this federal office of gun violence prevention, which none other than the Vice President of the United States, Vice President Harris, has been overseeing. And when we talk about policy that centers the most vulnerable people, when we talk about policy that centers Black people in this country, we have to talk about community violence intervention. a lot of the things that have been done outside of the carceral system to end gun violence before it even happens, and work at creating the conditions necessary so people don't have to pick up the gun in the first place. And the vice president has been a leader in that office, fighting to ensure we have hundreds of millions of dollars going to our communities across the entire country. And so that's one of the many reasons I'm proud to be supporting her. Many of you know me, and some of you might not know. I'm the youngest member of Congress, the first member of my generation, Gen Z, to be in Congress. And I'll tell you, this issue, especially for young people, but especially for young Black men, is top of mind. When we talk about survivors of gun violence, there's a lot of Black men out there that are surviving gun violence on a daily basis. And I think the vice president has the opportunity to really bring this issue to the forefront and talk about it in the way that needs to be spoken about. Yes, it's making sure guns don't get in the wrong hands, but it's creating the conditions necessary so people don't feel the need to pick it up in the first place. And that's one of the many reasons I'm excited to be on this call, to support our vice president so we can make it the president. So I come from organizing, so I got to put out an organizing pitch. I want to encourage everybody on this call, before you leave this call, of course, make sure you donate. But if you can, knock some doors and make some phone calls. Don't let yourself leave this call before you sign up for a shift, before you sign up to go out in your community, speak with some voters in your community, your friends that you have, about how important this is. We can't sit this one out. We always say it's the most important election of our lifetime, and we say that because it's true, because the most important thing is what's right in front of us, and what's right in front of us is this. So again, I appreciate you having me on. I don't want to take up too much time, but wanted to speak about an issue that's dear to my heart. I'm all about this. I'll be on the road across the country to get the youth vote out, and I'll see y'all out there.
Congressman Maxwell Frost from Florida. I really appreciate it. And when you come on Roland Martin Unfiltered, we'll give you a lot more time.
Of course. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Folks, we got a lot of folks who are waiting to get on. We've got, of course, out of Virginia, the second Black Speaker of the House just elected, Don Scott. My frat brother also plays at Texas A&M Power Macron chapter. U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock, another brother, waiting to get him on as well. Right now, I want to go to Pennsylvania. First, Pennsylvania Democratic Party Chair, State Senator Sharif Street. We also have State Senator Vincent Hughes. So let's go to Sharif first, and then we're going to go to Vincent Hughes, and then we're going to go to Chevron Jones, and then Reverend Terry Melvin, the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists. So State Senator Sharif Street, you're up. Yes, sir. I think you're on mute.
You got me now. Can you hear me now?
We got you. Go.
Look, Roland, all right. All right. Look, I'm glad to be on the call. I've heard from all the other brothers. Look, in Pennsylvania, we need all the support we can get. Black turnout can make the difference. When Black folks turn out, not only in Philadelphia, but Pittsburgh, but Harrisburg, Lancaster, Reading, and all the various cities around there, we can make sure that Pennsylvania holds up the blue wall and we elect Kamala Harris president of the United States. But not only that, in Pennsylvania, if you're out here, we can make the difference in holding the U.S. Senate when we reelect Bob Casey to the U.S. Senate. Pennsylvania, we can make the difference in holding the U.S. House. We got 4 seats that could be in play. We can make sure that we reelect Susan Wild to Congress. We can make sure that we elect Matt Cartwright to Congress. We can flip 2 seats. We can elect Ashley Ehasz in the 1st district. We can take the 10th district as well. And understand this. I know a lot of folks want to get on. Kamala Harris has been delivering for us. She filed a litigation as an attorney general to take on the opioid companies. We see the drugs that go into our communities. All that's not coming across the border. There were legal U.S. companies pumping opioids into our communities. She took them on as attorney general. It filed with 34 other attorney generals in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania to do it. She's helped close the Black wealth gap as vice president of the United States. She's worked to get lead and asbestos out of our schools. Black kids are more likely to have lead poisoning than anybody else. These are critical issues. She has a track record of delivering. Now it's time for us to knock doors, give money, make calls, and get out the vote. We need to deliver for her because she's delivered for us, and we especially need to deliver for us in the battleground states like Pennsylvania. Roland, thank you for doing this call, and I thank everybody for allowing us to participate.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you so very much. Senator Hughes, hold tight. I got to quickly go to Florida, State Senator Shepard Jones, and I'm coming back to Philadelphia and Pennsylvania with Senator Vincent Hughes. So let's
By
go.
the way, Cap Alpha Psi to the day I die.
All right. Snuck a little Kappa in here. All right, then. Appreciate it. All right. Appreciate it, brother. State Senator Shepard Jones. My Alpha brother. Go right ahead. I think you're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Hey, Frat, you can hear me?
Now you're good. Go.
Good to hear you, brother. Thank you, Brother Roland, Brother Quentin, Bakari, and Brother Khalil. At first, I want to thank you all for calling us all in for this huddle this evening. I come here from Florida, and we're just happy to be here in this moment. It definitely warms my heart to know that men, Black men, and that we gather at such a time as this. Black men, we are not a monolith, and Governor Westmore said it best. We have different stories. We have different experiences. We all have different testimonies. We've reached this point where we can once again demonstrate our capabilities just like we have done in the past. We're familiar with hard work and we understand the impact of our collective strength. And I believe that this is the time for us to support Black women as they have supported us and they continue to support us. You all know the old saying that Malcolm X has said, and that as the most disrespected person in America is the Black woman. The most unprotected person in America is the Black woman. The most neglected person in America is the Black woman. We have the opportunity to show America that Black women are respected, that they are supported, and that they are protected. Now, I have a mother who lived through Jim Crow. She saw the first Black president. And now we see the day when her soror will be sworn in as the president of the United States. Brothers, we have the opportunity to amplify and mobilize around Vice President Harris. And based on this call, I know that we're ready. We're seeing as if we're ready. And after today's call, I charge all of you all, create your own community conversations with other Black men, with other community leaders and other stakeholders. Make that clarion call in your own communities and build that energy that we know that we can build, that we have built before. Brother Roland, I can't wait to see the momentum that we're about to build across this country, and because I know we can do it. And we know we need to do it, brothers. And I believe that we will get this done. God bless you all. I love y'all. Love you, King. Thank you so much, Fred.
Fred, I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Let's go back to Pennsylvania. State Senator Vincent Hughes. Also the husband of Cheryl Lee Ralph. What's up, my brother?
I may not be a proud frat member, but I'm a damn sure proud husband of Cheryl Lee Ralph. I'll be clear about that. All right. Roland and crew, thank you for pulling this together. If you need reasons why to support Kamala Harris for president, let's walk it down real quickly. In the Biden-Harris economic policy program, states have huge budget surpluses now. What have we done with that in Pennsylvania? Over $155 million of grant money, not loan money, went to small Black and brown businesses, the barbershop, the beauty salon. And I said, grants, not loans, grants, not loans. One example. Second example, we just began the funding of the huge education discrimination lawsuit case in Pennsylvania's history. Just this past budget, because of the Biden-Harris budget surpluses that were provided to Pennsylvania, we've driven $1.1 billion to school districts all across Pennsylvania, most of them Black and brown, that historically have been left out. Because of the Biden-Harris budget surpluses that have been provided to Pennsylvania, we've gotten over $240 million to neighborhood-based anti-violence programs that have reduced violence, gun violence in Pennsylvania, and in Philadelphia specifically, the largest reduction of any big city in the country. We've got money to Black and brown mental health providers serving Black and brown communities because of the Biden-Harris economic policies. But let's ask this question on a more personal level. What do we say to our sisters? When asked the question, where were you when Kamala Harris had the opportunity to be president of the United States of Pennsylvania? Do we say we stood with our sisters, partner to partner, shoulder to shoulder, or do we say we turned the other way? What do we say to our children? Daddy, where were you? Papa, where were you when it was that time, when it was that moment? Do we say we stood with them and stood for their future? Or we turn the other way? What do we say to our allies who are waiting to see if we're going to step up and stand up? Because they're waiting to see if we're going to move
before they move? What do we say to them? And for those of us brothers who think about this from a historical perspective, this moment that we're in right now is a manifestation of wherever we were in 1984 and 1988 with Reverend Jackson and his effort to empower us and to move us forward when seeking the White House. This is just another step in that line. And this sister is prepared from day one. She is like that philosophy. If you stay ready, you never have to get ready. The question is, are we going to step up? So all I'm asking, Roland and everybody, all the brothers, take your hill. Take your personal hill.
That's
that
right.
family, that community, that neighborhood that you live on, that you work in, and that you thrive in. Take that hill right now. This is our moment. This is our time. Let's make the difference that we deserve to make. And this sister deserves us to stand up for her and with her. All right, Roland.
All right, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much, folks. We've got a lot of folks waiting. My man, Drew Bullock, is going to give us a breakdown in a bit about the attacks on the criminal justice record of Kamala Harris. And so we're going to get that. But right now, I want to go to Reverend Terry Melvin with the Coalition of Black Trade Unions. Reverend Melvin, are you there? Reverend Terry Melvin. He's next. Then we have U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock, Speaker of Virginia, Don Scott, and then Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul. And so right now, let's go to Reverend Melvin. Keenan, you got Reverend Terry Melvin? Do you have Reverend Terry Melvin? Keenan, send me a text. If you don't have Reverend Terry Melvin, let's go to U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock out of Georgia.
Well,
Warnock,
brothers,
you're live, Frat.
good to be with you, Frat. Hello, brothers. We got to throw it up. There we go. Listen, it's wonderful to be here with you. I'm in a car making my way across Georgia where I had an event earlier today, but I wouldn't miss tonight for anything. Thank you, Roland and Mike Blake and Bakari Sellers, Khalil, Thompson, Quentin, James. Thank you all for pulling this together. This is our moment. This is the moment of truth for us to show up. Kamala Harris's name will be on the ballot, but in a very real sense, it's our families that are on the ballot. It's our future that's on the ballot. Our sons and our daughters are on the ballot. I can say a whole lot about Kamala Harris, whom I consider not only an extraordinary human being, an extraordinary vice president, she's a good friend. And I'm thinking about so much right now. I'm thinking about the moment we confirmed to the United States Supreme Court another outstanding Black woman, Ketanji Brown Jackson. That day, we confirmed her. The Senate chamber was full. And had I not won, had John Ossoff not won in Georgia, the first Black senator, first Jewish senator, even with Joe Biden in the White House, we wouldn't have been confirming Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Sorry about that. My bad. I'm sorry. I was muted. Do we have Speaker Don Scott? We lost Senator Warnock. He said he was traveling. We'll try to get him back on. And we must have lost his feed there. And so can we go to the second African-American to be Speaker of the House in Virginia, Don Scott? Keenan, you got Don? Do you have Don? Okay. All right, we don't have Don. Let's go to Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on, Roland? And good evening, everyone. It is really, truly my honor and privilege to be with you all this evening. What an exciting opportunity we have as a country. Of course, let me just first thank President Biden for his leadership. He will certainly be recorded in history as one of the most consequential, one of the most effective presidents in the United States history. And I'm speaking as a former social studies teacher. But in this moment, and as soon as President Biden made his decision, I was one of the first elected leaders in this country to endorse Kamala Harris. I didn't flinch. In fact, that's what this moment requires. Black men to stand up and not flinch. That's how I grew up. I'm one of 10. My brother would always say to me, and my older brother, if you're in a fight and you're ducking, you're losing. If you flinch, you're losing. We have to swing on behalf of our daughters, our aunts, our sisters, our cousins, our wives, our grandmothers. I mean, they helped build this democracy. It is very evident that there are forces that want a rematch on the Civil War. They made it very clear a season ago. They are playing for keeps. The best moment that we have to secure our democracy and protect the progress that we've made as a people is to put our arms around this sister, Vice President Kamala Harris. Yesterday, looking at my daughter in her face, 10 years old, Braden, for her to see a reflection of her being and her person and her values reflected in Vice President Kamala Harris as the first Black woman to serve as president of these United States. That's why I didn't hesitate, and that's why I did not flinch. The first elected official in the state of Illinois to come out and support her. I'm committed to doing what we do well as Black men. We organize, we challenge, we provide protection, we provide support that's financially and otherwise. The last thing that I'll say is this: her commitment to a few things that we've been working on in Chicago, her commitment to making sure that we have real investment for behavioral health, mental health services for our young people in our schools, $285 million, 14,000 clinicians around the country. That's why I'm supporting her. I just passed a $1.25 billion investment for housing, affordable housing, and economic development. Her position, securing $12 billion for Californians when in her other capacity, and what she has done as vice president around affordable housing is why I'm also supporting her. And then the last thing is this: we have real challenges with community safety around this country, particularly gun violence, whether it's school shootings, whether it's shootings on the block. President Biden trusting Vice President Kamala Harris to oversee, for the first time in the history of Chicago and in the history of America, gun violence prevention office reduction. That's critical for our transformation. So look, I'm excited about this moment. I got elected a year ago with young voters. 26,532 votes determined my election as a progressive Black mayor versus going in a different direction. 27,000 new voters voted in April of last year, all under the age of 34. The tide is shifting. Let's make sure that we build an America that works for working people, and that person that actually helped transform our country. Coming out of the city of Chicago with this convention, and I expect all of you brothers to show up as well, because this is the city that said, keep hope alive. This is the city that said, yes, we can. This is the city that launched the first Black woman to be a United States Senator, Kara Mosley Braun, the ambassador. History is made in Chicago. Dr. King said, we figure it out in Chicago, we can do it anywhere in the world. So you can see my enthusiasm. Let's make sure that Kamala Harris not only shatters the glass ceilings, but let's make sure that we build up an economy that works for our people. God bless y'all, brother. Look forward to seeing y'all in August, and let's make sure we make history in November.
All right, then, Mayor Brandon Johnson, we appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Brothers, we have surpassed $800,000. 800,000. Let's get to 1 million. You see the donate button right there, secure.actblue.com/donate/TPC-comma. Let's stay in Illinois. Here's Attorney General Kwame Raoul.
Roland, thanks for having me. And first off, let me say to the mayor, I was in the no flinch zone as well. I was the first statewide elected official to endorse Kamala Harris yesterday. I don't know who was first, whether it was the mayor or me, but I'm going to give him I'll trust his word on that. Secondly, let me thank you and for organizing this call. I knew something was up when I saw the black and gold colors on the on the invitation. You know, there was a conspiracy to get a bunch of alpha men on here, but that's all right. I circulated that black and gold invite to my Kappa brothers in Chicago, and I'm encouraging them all to make a donation, just as I did. I want to really thank, as a father of a daughter, I want to thank Bakari for sharing his story, displaying his strength. Sometimes as Black men, we get confused as to what strength is. And sometimes we think that standing behind a Black woman as a leader does not display strength as Black men. I'm here to tell you all tonight that it does the opposite of that. It displays strength. That's why I had no hesitation in supporting Kamala Harris. I've seen her demonstrated leadership. And I'm asking all the brothers on the call tonight to do one thing. When we see a misled brother trying to take down our sister, mischaracterizing her history of leadership, I have served as a prosecutor. I have served and continue to serve as AG. And I know the decision making you have to make. And I've seen people mischaracterize her record. We have to step up and we have to characterize those brothers, because those brothers are not displaying the type of strength that I'm talking about. We have an opportunity right now to make history by electing Kamala Harris. I'm standing behind a Black woman to be president of the United States, and it doesn't make me any less of a Black man. I'm asking all of you all to do the same. Thank you, Roland.
All right, sir, we appreciate it. Thanks so very much. Folks, let's go to New York City, Congressman Gregory Meeks. Congressman Meeks, let's pull him up, folks. Do we have Congressman Gregory Meeks? Keenan, if we don't have Meeks, let's go to, there we go. Congressman Gregory Meeks, go right ahead. What's up, Frat?
Thank Frat. Thank you for doing this, Roland.
Congressman Gregory Meeks.
Thank you for doing this. I appreciate you so much because it's so important.
Let's go to,
can you hear me now?
Yeah, let's turn your program down so that way we don't get the feedback. Go right ahead.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for all the brothers that with you and the brother Blake. Also, this is so important. The camera of history is rolling right now. And sometimes when you're living history, you don't understand it and you don't realize the consequences it means for the future. I can think of the brothers that were walking back in the civil rights movement. Charlie Rangel talked about how he was cussing as he was walking in the rain with his shoes on.
Did we lose Congressman Meeks? Did he freeze up? If we lost Congressman Meeks, he froze up there. Let's get his signal back. But let me go to right now, Attorney Ben Crump. Ben, got an Omega. All Omega's happy. Ben, are you there?
Hey, Roland.
Yes, sir.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let's do this here. Turn your program down because we're getting feedback. So just talk to me direct. So whatever the program, turn it down. Just go ahead and talk. Go ahead.
Okay. Roland, it's so good to be with the brothers as we make history, or should I say her story. As I was with the family of Sonia Massey, sister who was shot in the face by a police officer after she called 911, as busy as the vice president is, she always finds time to give a voice to those who are often forgot about, as you very well know, Roland. And obviously, you know, I am 110% committed to Vice President Kamala Harris because of the relationship going back to the days after Trayvon, when I handled a police case out in California, and she was their attorney general. And even though we were against one another, we had such healthy respect, and she really showed me and demonstrated to me that she cares about our people passionately. And so what we have to do, brothers and sisters, is protect her. We have to protect her from all of those who are going to try to attack her because of racism, sexism, classism, and just all around haterade. That's what happens. When I talk to her, she sometimes don't even understand why they're being so visceral and nasty to her. And the one thing I always say, Roland, Madam Vice President, you've been chosen for this moment. Some people don't want to accept that. And so you just go ahead and keep your eyes on the prize. And us strong black men and us strong black women, we gonna watch your nine and we got your back. So tonight is a testament to that. As I'll say this, Roland, she is the perfect person to be able to prosecute and cross-examine Trump's Project 2025. I mean, she, as a civil trial lawyer, she is somebody who understands the nuance and the strategy and the brilliance of getting a shyster like Trump boxed in a corner where he can't get out. I really hope that he has the courage to debate her. In the words of my little daughter, we dare him to debate the vice president. We double dog dare him to debate the vice president, to be able to show not only America, but the world just how brilliant this sister is, just how much she is a symbol of hope, not just for black people, but all marginalized people in America who have never had the constitutional guarantees fully bestowed upon them. This is our opportunity. And I know we can win this thing. Roland, you understand president politics, battleground politics better than most. Her path to victory, as long as the Democrats will vote Democratic and not be blindsided by bias or bigotry, and we get our brothers and sisters and our little cousins and nieces, nephews, our homeboys, our homegirls, our frat brothers, our Mason brothers, Shaniquas, Junebugs, everybody, as Derek Johnson, NAACP president, often say, the infrequent voters, like with Obama, like what they did in Georgia with the Senate races. If we get those infrequent voters fired up and get to the polls, then she has such an easy path to victory. And like the great men of Omega Psi Phi say, Roland Martin, we need 10 of us. We come to the poll and we bring 10 people with us, unlikely voters, people, some of them might be in our family, some of them may be in our community, but we write their names down and we make sure that they are registered to vote and they come to vote. And oh, by the way, y'all brothers, God has blessed everybody on this call. We can donate to Kamala and scare the hell out of those billionaires, because when you got small donors, that's way greater than those billionaire donors, because money don't vote, people vote. And that's why we got to have a ground game and organize.
That's it. All right, Ben Crump, I appreciate it.
Love you, brother.
And again, we got brothers from all stripes on here, in fraternities, not in fraternities, in college graduates, not college graduates. We got on all stripes. We got grassroots. We got people blue collar, white collar, you name it. We got it. He's about to get on a plane right now. Let's quickly go to Derek Johnson, President and CEO of NAACP. Again, he's speaking in his personal capacity tonight. And so, Derek, go right ahead. We got Derek. Do we have Derek Johnson? All right, we don't have Derek Johnson. Do we have Reverend Terry Melvin? Kenny, do we have, let's see here, Reverend Terry Melvin, go right ahead. There you go.
Hey, Roland, how you doing? Thank you so much for pulling us together and all the brothers that are here with us tonight. This should be the beginning of something great. This should be not a moment, but a movement of brothers coming together to do something positive to save our country. Look, we must support Kamala Harris because she is qualified. The fact that she is Black is great. The fact that she's a woman is great, but she is qualified to be the next leader of the free world. I want to report that just this evening, the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists, in their last 52 years of being in existence, has only made 4 other endorsements for the office of President of the United States. Tonight, we chose to endorse Kamala Harris to be the next president of these United States. And why did we do it? Because she is qualified. Look, this election is about the difference between saving our democracy and saving our children and grandchildren's future. Black men, we've got to come together like never before. We've been called out. We've been told we're not enough. We're not going to come together. But this is the time that we stand up and support this sister to go to the highest office in this nation. I was also a part, that's why I was late, of the New York delegation meeting today, where we endorsed, collectively endorsed as a delegation of the state of New York to endorse Kamala Harris because she is the one that we need in this office. Again, this is the beginning, and this has to be not a moment, but a movement. We've got to stand together because we know that we need the White House, we need the Senate, and we need the House. And we've got to pull together all of our resources, all of our forces to make this happen. When Black men come together, when Black men work together, then we will win. And I believe that we're ready to do something. Let me say what I've been saying for the last 6 months. We have the opportunity in this country, this election, to elect somebody that's going to do something for us or somebody that's going to do something to us. I want to elect the person that's going to do something for us, that's going to make a better future for this country. So it is time for us to not just talk the talk, but we got to walk the walk. And we got to give whatever we can. I don't care if it's $1. I don't care if it's 50 cents or $50,000. Whatever we can afford based on where we are in our place in life. Whatever we do, whatever we can afford, we've got to give. Look, the women met, Black women met yesterday, and they did over $1 million, I'm understood. Now, we have got to lead, Black men. We've got to put some money in the coffers. I'm calling on everyone on this line to give. Give like you've never given before. And not only give, but it is time to go to work in this election. Immediately, not tomorrow, but tonight. Get on the phone after this call and start calling your friends, your family, and tell them we all must get involved in this fight to save democracy, to save us from Project 2025, to save our country. Thank you so much for calling us together. And let's let this be the beginning. Let's set up more of these calls, not just for an election, but let's just talk about Black men power, getting together and making a difference. God bless you and thank you, Roland.
Reverend Melvin, I appreciate that. That's one of the reasons why we're collecting as much data as we can. Thank you so very much. All right, Pastor Rudy McKissick. Let me bring up another Omega, Derek Johnson, President, CEO, NAACP. He is speaking on in his personal capacity. He's about to hop on a plane. Derek, go right ahead. Derek, you're on mute. Hit the mute button.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Now we got you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? I want to thank you, Quentin, Michael Blake, and everyone who organized this. What's at stake in this election is not only what's at the top of the ticket, and let me start by saying I'm speaking in my personal capacity, not as head of the C4 organization, but the Southern courts is important. The administration did really good in appointing more Black judges than any other president in the history. But where majority of Black people live in the former Confederate South, we did not get district court judges appointed and confirmed. This election is as important as any other time. They're playing chess, not checkers. It's not about the one election cycle. It's about controlling the federal courts for the next 40 years. And at the clip on, they are prepared to do that. That's why November is important. That's why we must turn out, and that's why we raise money to ensure that we can get the message out and turn out to vote. I want to thank my brother Ben Crump for talking about the freaking voter program. It is important that we turn out every that's living in our house, because we have the numbers. They may have money, but we have the numbers to turn out to vote. We don't have a time for us versus us paradigm. We have a time for us reality. Finally, Project 2025 is a 60-year goal that they put in place, and they have perfected their method of using the arc of time to put in place an apartheid system that 1930 then 2030. It is important for us to recognize what has been put in place. And for any of our brothers who are in the barbershops that conspiracy theories, the only conspiracy that's taking place is a conspiracy to take your ass out. And that's 2025, whether it's taking out Head Start, whether it is taking out all the programs that we care about. At the end of the day, there is nothing important in this election. There's nothing more important than what's at the top of the ticket. There's nothing more important than make sure we get control of the Senate. There's nothing more important that we prevent them from implementing Project 2025. There's nothing more important than us making sure that we put in place systems to protect democracy and secure our look for. It is our time to do it. It is our time. Thank you, Roland. Thank you, Quentin. Thank you, Michael Blake. Take care.
Derek, I appreciate that. Safe travels on the airplane. Let's go to, we got Senator Raphael Warnock back. Let's go to Senator Raphael Warnock. Let's pull up Senator Raphael Warnock. We know he's traveling on the road. Keenan, you got him? Do we have Senator Warnock? All right, let me know if we get Senator Warnock. Let's go to Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, a good cap. Mayor Dickens.
Hey, Roland, can you hear me?
We got you.
All right, good. I'm just like a bunch of other brothers. I'm traveling as well. That means we are all out here doing the work of the people, and I know Senator Warnock is too. But listen, I wanted to chime in on everything. Thank you, Roland. Thank you, Bakari and Michael Blake and Khalil and everybody else who helped to put this together. I'm excited. We are fired up in the state of Georgia and in the city of Atlanta. You know what made sure that Biden got over and won that election was the state of Georgia, and Donald Trump is still looking for those 11,000 votes. Well, we got them, and we are fully fired up right now behind Kamala Harris. She's received the endorsement of President Joe Biden. She's received the endorsement of so many other elected leaders, including myself. And now we're fired up. And I know a thing or two about momentum. We got 100 days, y'all. And in this 100 days, this momentum is going to carry us all the way to victory. And I want to just make sure that I share this with all the brothers out there from the state of Georgia and those in the South, that we don't doubt nothing. We're going to keep moving forward, and we're going to make sure that we turn out to vote in the state of Georgia. The victory that we got for Joe Biden and Raphael Warnock and Ossoff is going to happen once again for Kamala Harris. We are fired up, so much so that, you know, everybody from labor unions in Georgia to all the delegates have already guaranteed that all their votes are going towards Kamala Harris. So now it's time for us to raise the money, get the volunteers, and go forward. One thing that I've been hearing is Republicans are scared. And one of the ways I know they're scared is they're already talking about lawsuits. You know they're afraid of Kamala Harris, as if not even in 24 hours are they talking about suing the party for having her already be the nominee. See, that's the kind of fear that we've already struck in them by this momentum that we've got going with over $80 million raised in 24 hours. And brothers, we are all putting our money in Atlanta. We got our money train coming. We are definitely going to show up big with our support. So let's go out there and do our thing. Yes, I'm a Kappa man. Yes, Roland, you're alphas, and and everybody else. We calling out our organizations. We come together just like I was working for Warnock to help the Divine Nine be able to put him over the finish line when he ran in that historic election. And just like Joe Biden, we all work very hard to be able to get him where he is. That's going to happen again for Kamala Harris. Brother, I'm excited. Let's make sure we turn out the polls, whether it's through our churches, through our nonprofits, our organizations, our businesses. Somebody that you know may not have casted a vote in a long time. Don't give up on them. Make sure they know what's at stake in this election. And for us city leaders, I don't know a single mayor across America that is unfamiliar with how impactful the Biden-Harris administration has been to mayors. I know the world's busiest airport has benefited from it. I know the city of Atlanta's roads and infrastructure and the Beltline, as well as all the number of things that we got going on in the city. Our crime rate went down because the American Rescue Plan Act that Biden-Harris put together. So Kamala Harris is at that table, and when she becomes president, she's going to make sure that our cities get just what we need, which is why we were able to reduce our homicide rate by 21%, while we were able to hire all these kids and make sure they have the best year ever with the Year of the Youth, because of the programs and the policies and the money that came out of Biden-Harris. When Harris has it as the presidency, we're really going to take off and do amazing things for Black and brown people and youth and urban communities and all of America. So I'm excited. You can count on me, Roland. Let's continue to keep this thing going. I'm glad to see all these brothers on the call. I watched the sisters last night and they did their thing. And I'm hearing so many conversations that are excited in all the communities that I represent, not just Black communities, but all of them. People are ready to go across America and definitely in the city of Atlanta and the state of Georgia. Let's keep this thing going, guys. And let's continue to support one another. No doubt, no fear. We're moving towards the finish line.
Mayor Dickens, I appreciate it, my brother. Thank you so very much. Folks, we got a big, important update. Here's Mike Blake, Quentin James.
Brothers, thank y'all so much for joining us.
Won't you kick it off first, Q?
Yes. Thank y'all, brothers, for joining us. Roland, thank you so much. Y'all, I've raised a lot of money over the past few years. I have never been a part of an effort to raise over $1 million in less than 2 hours. Win with Black men. Win with Black men, y'all. This is powerful. I am sitting like I'm out of the country right now. I'm on vacation, and this has been so amazing. The other important announcement: Kamala Harris has now secured enough pledged delegates to be the official nominee for the Democratic Party over the next few weeks. And so, y'all, this is incredible. Thank you all. Thank you all. Please keep giving, though. I will say, listen, the Black women last night, Black women, they raised, I think, 1.5 million on their call.
1.6. It's at 1.6. I had Holly Holiday on my show. They had 1.6. Yo, we gonna get past 1.6.
We're gonna get them, y'all. Let's go. Let's keep it up. Thank you again, Roland. Let's keep it going. Got a lot more speakers to come, but thank you all so much for being here, for giving. And we're gonna have some organizing updates. Our money is important, but also our time is gonna be important. So you're gonna hear from the DNC and Trey Baker and Darren Owens, other folks on DNC, to give us some marching orders for our time, to get our brothers, again, from the streets to the suites, lined up to make sure that we're knocking on doors, making phone calls, doing the work and organizing to get Vice President Harris over the finish line.
Mike.
Look, we got to keep this going, y'all. We have more to do. We are excited. If you did not hear the update just now, we have passed tonight $1 million raised to make sure that Vice President Harris becomes President Harris. We are raising this to support her campaign and to support Black men organizations that are doing the work on the ground. You know, Collective, Vote to Live, Democracy in Action, Kairos Democracy Project, Black Men Vote, Win with Black Men, Black Male Voter Project. We are here to do the work. And because of what you are doing, we got to keep going, everybody. They're afraid of us right now. They're afraid of what we're doing. They can't understand that Black women and Black men have stepped up in this way. So we need you. So again, you see the link on the screen. Doesn't matter what the amount is. It matters to making sure we all home. 106 days, everybody. Other critical update, because many of you have been asking this. Because of what's happening in California, New York, and other state delegations, the vice president has now garnered more pledged delegates to ensure she will be our nominee. Now we got work to do. We got to keep pressing everybody. So we have more speakers to go. We are excited. We are excited. We are excited. Click on the link. That will ensure that we support Vice President Harris becoming President Harris and supporting Black men-led organizations that will be doing the work across the country. Brother Martin, let's keep this all going. We got more speakers to go. We're excited. We're excited.
And Blake, and Brother Martin, you know, if any brother on this call had 38 felonies, they would not be on this call. They would not be taking flights around the country, speaking at rallies. They would not be going to see their kids, not be spending time, doing crazy things that Donald Trump does. So we got to make sure that somebody else gets held accountable, that Black men, that if they have 38 felonies, they'd be buried underneath the jail. So we got to make sure we show up. We got to do what's right and show up and vote and organize in our communities.
All right. Absolutely. Gentlemen, I appreciate that. To all of the speakers, please, if you can limit it to 2 minutes. We got lots of people lined up. We gotta get to them. Y'all let me know. We have Senator Warnock back into the room. I'm checking here. So let's do this here. Let's go real quick. I'm gonna go to right now. Let's go to Cliff Albright, co-founder of Black Voters Matter. Cliff, again, speaking in his personal capacity. Cliff, you there? Cliff, let's go. Hey, Cliff, turn your audio down. Cliff, turn your I appreciate that. Cliff, all the speakers. Cliff, turn your program audio down. 2 minutes. We got lots of people lined up. We gotta get to them. Okay, tell Cliff I need him to do. Let's go to. Let me go to real quick. Hey, Drew Bullock, y'all. Drew Bullock has been studying the record of Kamala Harris. A lot of people have been spreading lies and misinformation about her criminal justice record. Drew, give it to us straight, the truth about Kamala Harris's criminal justice record. All this stuff about how she put thousands of Black men in jail. Give it to us straight, Drew.
Roland, thank you for having me. Real quick, listen, all of it's cap. None of it's true. Ain't no thousands of Black men being thrown in jail by Kamala Harris. That is not what happened at all. As a matter of fact, when it came to things like simple possession for marijuana crimes, when she was DA of San Francisco, even when people had felony amounts, they were regularly pleading that down to misdemeanor charges. Folks were not getting locked up. And I'd even touch on this program she started called Back on Track, which instead of giving you jail time, even if you got caught with like 2 grams of crack where you facing 40 years, you go to a boot camp, get training, go through certain classes. You got a job waiting for you when you get out. You got your GED waiting for you when you get out if necessary. You got parental training if you need it when you get out. So, nah, she wasn't locking us up. She was keeping us out of jail. So I'm eternally grateful for what she has done for many people who look like me, who come from different circumstances. And more recently, just keep in mind that child tax credit, that's her idea that y'all got. And that COVID-19 relief bill, the one that got us all the testing kits and the vaccines and those $1,400 checks and all that stuff that y'all love to talk about. Say, oh man, yo, Trump gave us. No, that was definitely a tie-breaking vote by none other than Vice President Kamala Harris. So guess what? I'm supporting her, giving her a vote. Make sure y'all donate, give money. But she got us. We got to make sure that we get her. So that's really what it is, yo. Oh yeah, by the way, Aggie Pride, of course.
A&T. Be sure to follow Drew on Twitter. He breaks down all of the facts. Be sure to watch him. Let's go now to a councilman in Maryland, Will Jawando. Will, what you got? Will Jawando. We got Will there? Do we have Will? All right. Let's go to Senator Warnock. Okay, Will Jawando, go. No, Will, go ahead.
Hey, I appreciate you. Good to see y'all. And I'm glad to join the caucus of being on the road, being an active Black man, supporting our vice president. I really appreciate all you brothers for organizing this. And my brother Roland, brother Blake, brother Thompson, Bakari, thank you for sharing your heart, man. You inspired me. One of the first things that Kamala Harris does every time she sees you, she asks about your family. She asks about your kids. She invites them to come see her. She cares about our families, our people, more than anybody. To the brother who was just talking about her work as a prosecutor, she brought her heart into that and soul into that work, a very difficult job. We've always had to deal with that as Black people. 1 in 3 of us as Black men have been arrested by 21. 1 in 2, arrested by 21. 1 in 3 will spend time in jail or prison. That weighed on her every day, and she brought that into her job. So put to rest all that stuff that people talk about her. I just want to tell you 2 things. Kamala Harris will work harder than anybody for all of our communities, but we have to support her as Black men. I'm so proud that we're past $1 million. I'm gonna make another donation tonight. We can be on par and compete with our sisters who knocked it out of the park last night. The excitement that's been out there. I'm a Maryland delegate as well as a council member in Montgomery County, but also worked in the Obama White House. And I've known Kamala for over 15 years, and she cares about this community. We voted by acclamation in Maryland to give all of her delegates. She secured all the delegates already. This all happened in one day, millions of dollars. And this has already reached the grassroots. So the fire has already been lit. Our job as Black men is to step up and support and be leaders and help our sister get to the White House so that she can help all of us do better. All of us do better. And that's what Kamala always has done. She cares about our community. And last thing I'll say, she focuses on the small stuff. She built this administration with President Biden, who will go down in history as someone who has done more for Black people as president than any president probably since Abraham Lincoln, appointing a sister to the Supreme Court. And Kamala has been his helpmeet. She's ready on day one. Appreciate y'all and can't wait to get this done. Let's get it done.
Brett, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thank you so very much. Let's go to Senator Raphael Warnock. Senator Warnock, we got your back.
I'm here.
There we go. All right, go.
Well, Roland, I'm going to defy Baptist gravity and be brief. Listen, brothers, this moment, this night will go down in history when the brothers got together to say that we are all in for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. I've often said that a vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children. And our prayers are stronger when we pray together. Brothers, it's time to pray with our lips and with our legs, with our hands and with our feet. It's time to show up for not just for Kamala Harris. Her name is on the ballot, but it's our families and our future that's really on the ballot. Donald Trump, I don't have to tell you, is a plague on the American conscience and a threat to our democracy. He is an existential threat, and the Lord has given us a way to make sure that we stop him at the pass. I've known Kamala Harris for years now. She's been to my church. I know her pastor. I know her faith, and I know that her faith is what drives her in this important work. Don't let anybody slow us down asking the question, can a Black woman win? Can a Black woman be elected as president of the United States? On a smaller scale, I know something about that kind of question. Can a Black man who grew up in the projects be the first Black senator from a state in the old Confederacy? And here I sit, having been elected 5 times, my name on the ballot 5 times in Georgia. Kamala Harris can win. We just have to show up, and we have to show up with our money as well. Glad to see the donations rolling in. She is responsible for so much progress. She's a proud HBCU graduate. She went to Howard University. I'm a proud Morehouse man, but it's all HBCU 1867 love. And she is the one pushing President Biden as he's forgiven all of the student debt. She has been in the fight with us, investing in HBCUs. More than $16 billion this administration has already invested in HBCUs. The list goes on and on and on, but I promised you I would be brief. And so I'm going to keep my word. Let's make this happen. History is watching us, and the future is waiting on us. The time is now.
All right, Frat, I appreciate that so very much. Let's go to the Speaker of the House in Virginia, Don Scott. Don, from my chapter, Texas A&M, my alpha brother, just elected Speaker of the House. We made it happen, helping him. Don, go.
Thank you, man. Thank y'all all for the work that y'all are doing. I am so very grateful to see this happening tonight. This reaffirms my faith, not only in America, but in Black men and the role that we play. we have an opportunity to put an extraordinarily talented political personality in the presidential house, and that is Kamala Harris. She is a foundational, inspirational person, and we have an opportunity to put her there. Don't believe the lies. We know that a lie will be halfway around the world before the truth can catch up. And so it's important that we make sure that we give her the resources. I've learned the hard way over these last 2 years, Roland, as you know, winning here in Virginia, that they will come with all kinds of lies and attacks to try to keep us from our destiny, to keep us from where we've been. I have been a person who was just as involved, and I had a felony conviction. But I am now the first Black speaker in the 405-year history of Virginia, in the cradle of the Confederacy. So don't tell me what we can't do when we make up our minds, we put ourselves together, and we lead, and we lead, and we do the work. I'm so very proud of all of the brothers on this call. We have work to do. It's time to stop talking. My mother used to tell us all the time when my sisters wanted to date somebody, romance without finance is a nuisance. We need to raise the resources so we can make sure that the return that we expect from our government, we have made that investment for those returns. So I'm grateful to be on tonight. I'm thankful to you, Roland and Michael, and all of you guys who did the work this evening. And so I'm just on board. I'm 10 toes down for Kamala, and 06 to all the brothers out there. Y'all have a good one.
Don, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so very much. All right, y'all. So Holly Holiday has sent me a text. Win with Black women. They crossed the $2 million threshold. We've already crossed the $1 million threshold in 2 hours. And so y'all give secure.actblue.com/donate/TCP-Kamala. Share it on all your social media platforms. Let's make this thing happen. David Johns, you're up. David, you're up. 2 minutes. Go.
Hey, brother. I appreciate you, Roland. I got you. I'm thankful for the space and the steadfast leadership of all of my brother organizers. I want to give a special shout out to Brother Quentin James and all of the good brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated on the line. Beloved community, we are so much closer to freedom than we know. When we fight, we win. And by sheer mathematical permutations, those of us who care about democracy, who care about Black people thriving, should win almost every political contest. I'm excited, and I want us to keep this energy going. Shout out to our sisters, including Joteka Edie and the Win with Black Women crew for laying the foundation. Let's keep this energy going for Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's put the respect on her name that she deserves, in particular so white people don't go harder with the racism. Let's organize. Let's combat misinformation and disinformation. Let's ensure that every member of our beautifully diverse community can vote safely. We got to do it together, right? This is one band, one sound. We can debate policy nuance in private, but we got to remain united in our support in public. Now, here's the last thing I want to say. We got to engage young people. Most of y'all know that I'm honored to have served Barack Hussein Obama, still my president, leading the White House Initiative on Educational Access for African Americans, traveling across this country, talking about representing this government on behalf of a Black administration. There's something called the Black effect. It does something to us. Let us not forget the 73% of Gen Z voters who want us to be voting to do more to increase support for the Black community. Let's also not fall for the trap of divide and conquer, that white supremacy stuff. Some of y'all are still uncomfortable saying gay. Some of y'all don't know how to say trans. If you are not comfortable making sure that all of us are free, this is not David Johns, this is Fannie Lou Hamer. None of us are free unless and until all of us are free. So let's do the work to make sure that all of us are free. And that requires us electing Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, our next president. Brothers, we can do this. Let's do it for all of our babies. Heavy emphasis on all.
All right, David, tell Brittany, bring her ass back in. Okay, she ain't fooling nobody. So
he's in my house, first of all.
I don't care if he's in your house.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hey, everybody.
Hi.
I'm Brittany Packnett Cunningham. This is my brother. I just wanted to say I was one of the 44,000 last night, have been a part of Win with Black Women since the very beginning. And I just want to say it is beautiful to see our brothers standing up for and with Black women on this evening in public, just like you do all the time, just like y'all do all the time. So we're excited to see all this money you raising going to Sister Vice President Kamala Harris. And we're excited to see all this energy over the next 4 months. Love y'all.
We had one dude on the women's call last night But Brittany just want to just jump her ass on the call.
Switch it up. We're gonna switch. You gotta be disruptive. Good.
I'm about to cuss her out on the text. All right, David. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Mondale Robinson, you're up. Let's get to Mondale Robinson, then Cliff Albright.
Roland, what's good, man?
All good. You're on the clock.
Can you hear me, Roland?
Yes,
all
I
right.
can. You're on the clock.
Yo, listen. All right, well, listen. The clock is not as important as me setting the record straight. And let me start by saying that regardless of what anybody tell you, Black men will already guarantee be the second highest voting demographic for Vice President Harris, regardless. Let's just start there. So when people are already talking about what Black men need to do, I think we're already behind the 8 ball on that because we're forgetting all the weight that Black men are carrying. They keep saying we don't do our part, but they forget to tell you that Black men outperformed everybody in Ohio in 2023 for women's right to choose. So when people are talking about Black men in this context, I want people to think about what science, not Mondale, not Black Male Voter Project, but what science tells you on how to animate and motivate people to do something and form new habits. So if the new habit we want to form is more Black men that don't normally vote to participate in elections, we don't need to be adding negative information about what it means to be Black man in the political space. So when people are creating judgment, animosity, or any chaos, you're not doing anything to help the vice president own this extremely important moment. So here's what we need to do. There are 9.6 million Black men in this country that are already registered. 9.6 million. Of that 9.6 million, 54% have not voted in any of the last 4 federal elections or only one. That is not a critique of Black man. It's a critique of stale tactics where we blame brothers even when we show up. I've heard people say that Black men are not a monolith. We are not a monolith, but we vote monolithic. And we should look at that as a code of honor because it says that we put community, we put people over ourselves because regardless of where you are geographically, regardless of where you are economically, Black men still show up and vote for our community. And if we're not acknowledging that, then we're not going to help brothers form a new habit and crack into that 3.5 million Black men who have already registered but not voted in the last 4 federal elections. So Mondale Robinson speaking on behalf of my organization, Black Male Voter Project, saying that we will do something that we've never done, and we will endorse in this election. And we will endorse Vice President Kamala Harris because it's necessary that Black folks show up in a way that says nothing will stand in our way in this moment.
All right. Mondale Robinson, my brother, I appreciate it. Cliff Albright, co-founder of Black Voters Matter, speaking in his personal capacity. Cliff, go.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on, Roland? So glad to be here, y'all. We are having a good time. We got the momentum, y'all. We are well on our way to making sure that Madam Vice President becomes Madam President. We are raising over $1 million. We've got the delegate count that we need, pledged delegates. We got the momentum. So I'm going to share 2 words. Those 2 words are faint not. Why in the midst of all this would I be talking about faint not? Because as an organizer, and those of us who do this work know, not every day is going to feel like today, y'all. Not every day is going to feel like this kind of momentum and this kind of joy. There's going to be some hard days. There's going to be some bad polls, manufactured polls coming out. There's going to be some disinformation coming out about Madam Vice President. There's going to be some hate coming out. There's going to be some donors trying to switch up stuff at the convention. There's going to be some hard days over the next 15 weeks. But I'm going to say it again, faint not, because grow not weary in well-doing. Right. And so my message to us on this call while we're hyped tonight, let's stay hyped, even on the difficult days. Right. Grow not weary from knocking on those doors. Grow not weary from making those phone calls. Grow not weary from holding up those signs in the streets. Grow not weary in well doing, because in due season we shall reap if we faint not, y'all. If we faint not, we shall reap. And when we reap, we got to reap together because as my brother just said a few minutes ago, none of us are free till all of us are free. So let's get it done, y'all. We got the momentum. Let's keep it going and faint not.
Love it. Cliff spoke in exactly 1 minute and 30 seconds. My man, I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Let's go to Trey Baker, who's working with the not the Biden-Harris campaign, now the Harris for President campaign. Trey, you on the clock. My man Roland, thank you so much. I want to thank all the organizers, Mike Blake, Quentin James, Khalil, Bakari. Brothers, this is a powerful moment that we're in right now. To have us all together, this is like one big barbershop. The alphas are acting up, but we got enough noobs here to clear all of that nonsense up. I want to tell you, this is day one of the Harris for President campaign. She has done so much today. She has gone to headquarters and she's laid out a clear contrast between her and the other guy. She laid out the contrast of the prosecutor versus the criminal. She laid out the contrast of a champion for reproductive rights versus someone who is proud to have done away with Roe versus Wade. She laid out the contrast of a fierce ally of the middle class versus somebody who's into billionaires and tax cuts for those billionaires. And she got the handoff from Joe Biden, who's going to go down as the most consequential president of our lifetime, who appointed this black woman as vice president, who appointed the first black woman Supreme Court justice. And we just appreciate this handoff to this next generation. In one day, she's raised over $81 million, 880,000 new grassroots donors. 28,000 new individual volunteers have come up. So the momentum is here. We are pushing it. People are excited and ready to go. And so what I want to do is draw your attention to the link should be coming up, or the link should be up for you to click on. It's very straightforward. Things haven't changed all the way over yet. It's joebiden.com/volunteer. joebiden.com/volunteer. You can go there and pick out different things that you want to do. So if you want to knock doors, if you want to make calls, if you want to raise money, there are opportunities for all of you brothers here tonight to do something to push this. We are going to win. Kamala Harris is going to win and be the first black woman president of these United States. And I'm confident that with the black men that we have in this room, that we're going to be able to push it. Combining that with what black women did and what black women always do, I'm very excited about the future. And so I encourage you, go to joebiden.com/volunteer and get involved. There's so many ways to get involved. And we just appreciate you, Roland, for this opportunity. And I'll throw it back over to you, and we're going to get out here and keep doing the work. All right, my brother, I certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Joe Paul, you're on the clock. I got Joe Paul, then I got Cameron Trimble, I got Commissioner Rodney Ellis, Mandela Barnes, Joshua Dubois, and Montgomery Mayor Stephen Reed. Go.
Let's do this. 06 to my brothers. Brothers, this is our time. Everything is on the line. This is our lunch counter moment right now. When they look back on this day, this year, this election, they're going to ask, what did black men do? And we're going to respond enthusiastically. We're going to say black men voted. Black men showed up and showed out. Black men reclaimed their power. We put our egos and pride of ownership aside to collaborate and ensure we made history, not excuses. They're going to ask, what did black men do? We're going to answer with pride. We showed up and we had our sister Kamala's back. We championed policies that improved the lives of black men everywhere and the black community in general. We showed up and we demanded a black man on the Supreme Court. We showed up and we demanded jobs and training opportunities for our young brothers. We showed up. Black Men Vote PAC's been on the ground since January, protecting the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Just this year, we've registered over 60,000 brothers across these battleground states. Our goal is to reach 100K by October. We're going to do it. Through our Shop Talk initiative, we're training barbers to have meaningful conversations. Brothers, this is not just about us. This is for my 2-year-old son asleep upstairs. This is for your young brothers and our young sisters who are counting on us to get this thing right the first time. They're watching, and they need to see that we're willing to stand up for their future. Our actions today will shape our tomorrow. Let's make sure that we leave them a legacy of courage, unity, and progress. Let's show them that black men stood up and we showed out. We made a difference. Brothers, donate. We need you to give. We need every brother to bring as many black men to the polls this November. Black men vote. Brothers, let's make history, not excuses. Thank you, brothers.
All right, Joe, appreciate it, Frat. Thanks a lot. Let's go to Cameron Trimble, Hip Politics, a former digital engagement director for the Biden-Harris White House. Cameron, you're on the clock. Go. You got Cameron? Cameron, go. Cameron.
Yo.
You're on the clock. Go.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you for putting this together. I'm gonna keep it short and simple. I'm gonna keep
Cameron, do this here. Turn the program feed down. Just talk to me on the stream. Turn the program feed down. Just talk to me directly. Matter of fact, just take your headphones off.
Got it.
Now, just talk.
Thank you, Roland. Coming to you as President.
All right, Cameron, now you hit the mute button. Cameron, you hit your mute button.
We got you. Sorry. Thank you, man.
I was your ass the digital director for the White House, and you can't get your damn computer straight. Man, talk.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm over here doing this. Yes, Cameron Trimble, former digital engagement director for the Biden-Harris White House. I'm going to keep it short and simple. All of our research, everything is pointing. We as Black men are the #1 target online for disinformation and misinformation. I just wanted to come on and give some quick shares, 3 quick to-dos, 3 quick do-nots, because the collective power here, while we have our financial and voting power, this online battlefield for misinformation and disinformation to reduce our numbers by just a little bit is going to make the difference in so many states. We need you, 1, share your content loudly and online. We are trying to create online permission structures for brothers who are not politically involved to make sure they feel comfortable sharing their support. Engage with positive Harris content only. If you see negative content, do not comment, do not like, do not share. It feeds the algorithm. It keeps negative content going online. Number one thing, please only share factual government or trusted sources on voting locations and polling locations. We are getting a ton of information that there will be misinformation around polling locations and places to vote. So please do not share that. Do not engage with negative content. Do not amplify information that is not from a trusted source. And please do not believe everything you see. There is going to be so much happening online. So please make sure you're sharing loudly and proudly for Kamala Harris for president. Hit politics. Thanks, Roland.
There you go. You talked in 1 minute and 58 seconds until after we had to go through all them damn technical issues. All right, Cameron, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Let's go to Houston, Texas. Harris County Commissioner Rodney Ellis.
Roland, thank you.
This dude y'all ever seen.
Roland, thank you for doing this. And I want to thank Michael Blake, Khalil, Bakari, and Quentin, and of course, Vince Evans, who gave me a call. He was on the vice president's staff when she was in the Senate. Look, I want this race to be successful because, Roland, I'm so tired of being embarrassed to say I'm from Texas. You know, this is not a red state. It's a blue state that does not vote. And I think with Kamala Harris at the top of this ticket, you're going to see a change. And next go around, if we don't get it this go around, next go around, people are going to say Texas, of all places, is a swing state. Vince wanted me to mention how long I've known her. I've got the privilege of being able to say that I wrote a check to her first campaign for district attorney in California. She took on the incumbent who she worked for. She won. She did a great job as DA. When she decided to run for attorney general in California, the second largest justice department in the country. And being from Northern California, from Oakland, you would have thought Southern California, where more of the votes are, had an advantage. She won that race. She decided to run for U.S. Senate, raised an unprecedented amount of money. She has earned the right to be president of the United States of America. Roland, I'm excited. I wrote a check. I want to stay on this line because it's important for Black men to stop all of that BS, all of that talk. I remember when Maynard Jackson was leaving and Andy Young was running the first time. Some of those folks who were on the other side, Maynard had a phrase for them, shuffling and grinning. And on the other side, they're going to have a few shuffling and grinning people saying she has a problem with Black men. Nothing could be more ridiculous. And to show that we raised over $1 million, I hope we surpass what our sisters did. So, brothers, I wrote a check earlier. I wrote one of the checks the first time she ran. I'm going to write another check. So I'm going to end my comments, and I want everybody else who's still on this line. You wrote a check, write another one. Thank you, Roland.
All right, then. And again, Commissioner Ellis, just real quick, because I'll give you 30 seconds. Just a few words about the late Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee.
We're going to have a homegoing ceremony. Nobody could work harder than Sheila Jackson Lee. She raised the bar for all of us. The Congressional Black Caucus members did a special audit tribute to her tonight. What a great leader. She became America's Congresswoman. In fact, I tell folks all the time, if you walk in a room and nobody knows who Sheila Jackson Lee is, get out, because you're in the wrong room. A powerful voice, and we're going to miss her. And she fought cancer until the end, out passing out supplies for her constituents. And she is the reason Juneteenth is a national holiday.
All right, then. Harris County Commissioner Rodney Ellis, I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Folks, if you want to understand why voting matters, in 2022, 50,000 fewer people voted in Milwaukee than they did in 2020. If those 50,000 people in Milwaukee had voted in 2022, our next speaker would have been the United States Senator from Wisconsin and not MAGA Ron Johnson, who was a part of the conspiracy to overthrow the government. Joining us right now is Mandela Barnes. He joins us right now. Again, he lost by 26,000 votes. And so if y'all understand what happens when we check out of a process, that's what happens. Mandela, go.
Hey, I just want to say thank you so much for having me, man. Was proud to have been on your show during my time as Lieutenant Governor. You gave me an audience when I was running for the United States Senate. I'm glad to be here today talking about why we have to support Kamala Harris. We all understand why, and I think you made the case very clear. You talked about that 26,000 votes. To put it in context, my race came down to 1%. And there are a number of reasons. There are a lot of folks who had the means to get involved in this race, but decided before I even got in, or at the time I got in, that my race wasn't winnable for whatever imaginable reason. I'll let you take your guesses. But there are going to be so many people that think that this race in November is not winnable for the same exact reasons. And for those folks who have the means that will not show up for Kamala Harris in the way that they would have shown up for somebody else, we have to step up as Black men and fill in the gap. She has been there for us. And I can tell you right now, 4 years ago, she wasn't my number one choice. I was not all in for Kamala Harris. But right now, today, for November 2024, I could not be more in for Kamala Harris to make sure that she's the next president of the United States. So we got to show up like never before. But the folks on this call, we get it. We understand. And I know for sure, because I know some folks who've already texted me, and I've seen some group chats, and I know some of us have some mutual friends, and I know some of our mutual friends have shared some real bad stuff in the last couple of days that is completely wrong, out of line, and out of place. We have to correct that. We do have to pull brothers to the side and tell them that we have to show up because she has shown up for us. Nobody is going to show up like she has. I can guarantee you it's not a single thing that Donald Trump has done in the 4 years that he had a chance to do something for us. So, brothers, thank you so much. I am here representing Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, Gamma Phi Chapter, Alabama A&M Spring 2005. But most importantly, somebody who is dedicated to democracy, somebody who wants to see this country strengthen. And we know what an uphill battle it is going to be. We're going to have our disagreements. Roland, me and you, we've disagreed on things before, but I can tell you this, we're going to be united like never before. And everybody else who's on this call, whether you're part of Divine Nine, whether college wasn't for you, if you are a Black man in America, if you find yourself in a struggle or somebody you know, a friend, family member, or neighbor, I need you to step up for them. And if you can't donate today, knock on the door tomorrow, do whatever it takes, show up. Just want to say how much I appreciate this time. We're going to win with Black men. They always doubt us, but we're going to show up and prove everybody wrong when given the opportunity to.
All right, well, I'll let a Kappa go 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I appreciate it. Thanks, Mandela. Yeah, I've been sitting down for 4.5 hours, and so I had to get the damn massage out, sitting down, handling all this sort of stuff. All right, y'all, let's go to Virginia. My alpha brother, Congressman Bobby Scott. Congressman, go right ahead. We got Congressman Bobby Scott. Keenan? Congressman Bobby Scott, go right ahead.
Hey, how you doing, Roland? Thank you for doing this. This is great. When Joe Biden was in this race, we were talking about the number of jobs he created, his infrastructure, his healthcare, reducing healthcare prices, environment, putting money into education, and comparing that to Trump's record, where all he did was a tax cut for the rich and posted the worst job numbers in about 100 years. You remember those long lines to the food bank that he wants you to forget. And when you couldn't buy toilet paper anywhere, then he managed to get himself impeached twice. That's the record, his record, and that was Biden's record. And now that Kamala is leading the ticket, we don't have to change the message at all. It's still jobs and infrastructure and healthcare and everything else. We can get this done. I talked to the Virginia delegation a little while ago, unanimous for Kamala. I was at the Divine Nine group this morning, still got my alpha tie on, and they were all for Kamala. And I contributed 190.06, $190.60. Either give $19, you can give $19.06, you can give $1,906. I gave $190.6. You can give whatever you want, but make sure that we double up, because we can get this done. We can build on a great record, and we can lead. Thank you, Roland, for all that you do.
Congressman Bobby Scott, I appreciate it, my brother. Thanks a lot. Let's go to Joshua Dubois. He served as the faith director with President Barack Obama. Y'all, I didn't plan this. Yeah, he's an alpha. Go, Joshua. Joshua, you on the clock. Joshua Dubois, then Gary Chambers, then Mayor Stephen Reed. We got Joshua. Joshua, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm here, Brother Roland. Brad, thank you. Q, thank you. Khalil, thank you. Reverend Michael Blake, thank you. Sister Joteka, thank you. Brothers, this is historic. This is powerful. And this is God ordained tonight, y'all. Remember where you were on July 21st and 22nd, 2024. These 2 days will literally change the course of the nation. Listen, I'm going to say one thing. I was proud to work closely with our first Black president, my friend and mentor, Barack Obama, but I'm actually not here thinking about and speaking in a professional capacity. I just put my kids to sleep, and right now I'm thinking about my role as a husband and a father. Y'all, this ain't a Black woman thing versus a Black men thing. This is a Black family thing. Our support for Kamala Harris is something that will change the trajectory of our children's futures. One candidate supports policies that will strengthen families, healthcare access, educational opportunities, economic opportunities, voting rights, responsible policing. And one candidate would leave my kids and your kids and our families out to dry. This is a Black family thing. Last night, my wife was on the line late with our homegirl, Joteka. I couldn't sleep because she had the Zoom open in the bed next to me till 1 a.m. But it's all good because we in this thing together. Tonight, I got my laptop out and she's upstairs right now listening to me talk to Brother Roland. But it's all good because we are in this together. My kids asked me, what are you doing so late up on the computer, Daddy? And I said, I'm fighting for their future. If you're asking yourself, or if somebody asks you why you support Kamala, it's because you care about your families. And she's the only one that supports policies that will strengthen Black families. Black men are for Kamala, Black women are for Kamala, but Black families are for Kamala too. In fact, me and Michelle want to get mamas and daddies and babies on the line together and rally for Kamala Harris. So let's push back on the haters in the barbershop, y'all. If they ask you why you're with her, say you want to be with the AKA instead of the KKK. Spread the word, donate tonight, but most importantly, remember that this is for the future of our families. Thank you, Brother Roland, and thank you to all the brothers that put this together.
All right, I appreciate it, Frank. Thank you so very much. Hey, y'all, let's go to Montgomery, Alabama. Here's Stephen Reed representing for the Omegas in Alabama. What's up, Mayor Reed?
Roland, how you doing today,
All
man?
good.
Hey, listen, thank you and everybody for putting this together. I was on a little earlier, called Leader Morial, called Bishop, called Reverend Barber, called so many people, Reverend Jamal Bryant. I mean, you've had a great team, and I know some of my brother mayors have gotten on here already, but as a president of the African American Mayors Association, representing over 520 some odd mayors across this country, small, mid-sized, and large cities, we're excited about Vice President Harris becoming the next president of the United States. I can't tell you enough how much her leadership and her friendship to us has been crucial over these last 4 years and what they have done to bolster cities and what they have done to bolster many of the things we want to do in our communities. And so winning with Black men has been evident from the time she came in as VP. And I think we will see that even more as president. So I want us to really make sure that we're reaching beyond our own circles, make sure that we're doing things beyond our norms and talking to brothers everywhere we can in barbershops and everywhere else about why this election is so important. I'm excited about the energy that we have because I felt like we were lagging behind these last couple of months. And now there seems to be that burst. Now there seems to be that injection of not only money, which is great, but energy in the campaign that I haven't seen probably since 2008. And many of us who were doing a lot of that work then, whether we were volunteering or whether we were just trying to help out President Obama, it's great to see that back. But we got to make sure we get everybody to the polls. And I want to say this before I run out of time. Roland, you talked about this a lot on your show. It's so very important that everyone on this network, everyone that has been on this call, talks to people about how to register to vote, where to vote, and how to make sure their vote is counted. Because the other side is set up to steal this election. The other side is set up to take away votes and deny people their legal right to vote. They have done it through the courts. They have done it through the legislature. They've done it through secretaries of states and other election officials. How do I know? Because I was a chief election official for Montgomery County, Alabama for 7 years. So I'm telling you what I know. We got to make sure that all the men who we're talking to, all the men that we want to bring out to bring other men to the polls, understand what the rules are in your cities, in your counties, in your states. And we don't need to wait till the last minute because the race is now. The race is already on, and we have to make sure that we aren't cheated out of this and we aren't shortchanged out of these votes because we've got too many swing states, too many counties that are going to come down to just a handful of votes that can make the difference. And that's why certainly it's important that Black men get out and vote, but we also have to make sure we inform them of how they should vote and why that is so important and how to make sure ultimately that vote is counted. So I just again want to thank you, Michael Blake, Bakari, and everybody, Khalil, everybody for putting this together. Thank all the brothers who've been a part of it. And let's not make this the last time that we get on the call between now and November.
Nope, not going to happen.
Let's do this as often as we need to.
Well, it's not going to happen. That's why we got the database. And so we're going to make that happen. Mayor Stephen Reed, president of the African American Mayors Association. Appreciate it, bro. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. So here are the next 4 people. Okay. So Keenan, next is Gary Chambers, then Jamie Harrison, then Tennessee Rep. Justin Jones. We got Michael Eric Dyson. We got Congressman Troy Carter of New Orleans trying to call in, multiple people. So here's the deal. So again, Gary's gonna speak, then Jamie's gonna speak. I gotta go to the damn bathroom. So if Gary finished, Keenan, and I ain't back, pull up Jamie, and Jamie, you just talk. All right, let's go. Gary Chambers, you on the clock.
Thank you, Roland. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. Let me be to the point. We as Black men have a responsibility and an obligation to our communities to this moment. There's a picture that you see behind me of Black folks that were elected in the 1800s. Ever since we got off the plantation, we have been fighting for economic progress and political progress because when we are not in the political conversation, when we are not electing our people to serve, we are on the menu. I'm from Louisiana, the 50th ranked state, and we gave you Mike Johnson. And understanding that this is the second largest population of Black people in a state in America, and we don't have a Black person elected statewide because of voter turnout. And so when folks who ask me, why am I supporting Vice President Kamala Harris, the stakes are too high. You can have disagreements with things in her past and her record. You can feel all of the things that you want to feel, but feel them while you go to the voting booth. I felt all of the things that many people feel conflicted about President Biden, but I was going to vote for him. And I have a deep understanding, and I put my money where my mouth is tonight and made a contribution to the vice president because this is not about our emotions. And for brothers who are in their feelings about these things, get out your feelings and do what we got to do as leaders in our communities. Because when we show up and when we participate, change happens in our communities. Understand this, they allow the red hat trumping Black men to get the telephone and the prompters and the exposure. But it is really 85% of Black men that showed up for Joe Biden. And we as black men are going to show up for Kamala Harris because we understand that our liberties are at stake, that our rights are at stake, and that the future of our children is at stake. And so I'm just asking you, no matter how you feel about the situation, about politics, this is not an emotional decision. It's a business decision, and it's time to take care of business. We have a candidate that we can support, somebody that understands our plight, and somebody that we can talk to. Let's get to work, brothers.
But Gary, let people know, listen, you were on my show, you were on other shows talking about Louisiana and about turnout. Black turnout in Louisiana was abysmal. And then what happened? Jeff Landry wins. You got a black guy who's running on the Democratic side. Landry comes in and he is driving a MAGA agenda. What Jeff Landry is doing in Louisiana is exactly what Trump's Project 2025 is. And it's going to be the same thing for America if Trump wins.
And Donald Trump is considering a person like Jeff Landry to be the Attorney General of the United States. Let me tell you, he has been governor less than a year. He has taken away probation and parole. He has increased the penalties for juveniles when they commit a crime. He has released juvenile records. He has taken the ability to appoint the chair of the board for every higher institution, education body that is state funded in this state. This man is on a power trip of no record that we have seen before, and he is a Trumper to the highest degree. And him, Mike Johnson, and the cronies that they are putting, the policies that they are trying to put black folks under, was preventable if black folk had showed up. There are 900,000 registered black voters. The man won with 500,000 votes. If you don't get off your ass and do your part, that's how we lose. If you're wondering why we don't pass policy, we don't pass policy because we don't vote down ballot. Y'all mad at Mike Johnson, but Mike Johnson right now has no challenger in the state of Louisiana. And if you think he's bad, why is nobody on the ballot against him? When we talk about the change that we want to see, we gonna have to make it happen because ain't nobody coming to save us.
All right, Gary Chambers, my brother, I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. All right, folks, joining us right now, he is the chair of the Democratic National Committee, hailing from South Carolina. Please welcome Jamie Harrison.
Thank you, Roland. And man, Gary just preached a whole sermon. Folks, listen, it is clear that Kamala Harris is going to have this nomination. Texas, California, all of these states have come out and have demonstrated her strong support. Just this type of forum is unprecedented. We are all a part of history right now. And the question is, how is history going to note us? You know, often growing up in South Carolina, you watch Eyes on the Prize and all these other things about the marches and the civil rights movement, and you often wonder, what would I have done in that moment? Well, you don't have to wonder about what you're going to do in that moment because you're in that moment right now. You are in that moment. So the question is, what are we going to do? Are we going to sit back on our hands and say, woe is me, when we see what they have on their agenda? We know what Project 2025 is. We know that if it's going after everybody's freedom, who's the first freedoms that they're coming after? It is ours. You know, I live in the state raising my two black boys. Same state in which they still have a statue of Ben Pitchfork Tillman, a man who basically would go to the floor of the United States Senate and talk about the joys of lynching of black folks. Democrats have tried to take that statue down, but you know what? Republicans said, no, let it stay there. It's our history. At the same time, they're trying to wipe away our history. Folks, we have an opportunity to make our own damn history. We have that opportunity. It is in our power. Gary talked about the fact that we don't turn out. I ran against Lindsey Graham in a state where 400,000 unregistered black voters. I lost by, I got the same amount of vote that Donald Trump got when he beat Hillary Clinton by 13 points. But I still lost to Lindsey Graham by 100 and some thousand points, votes. Folks, we can change that. We have the opportunity, and we have somebody like Kamala Harris, who has done so much for us. And we got to continue to fight. We got to continue to go. And she has an agenda that will transform our families. Think about wiping out medical debt. How many of us have medical debt that we are carrying, or our family members have medical debt that they're carrying right now? And wiping that out, taking it off of our credit report. That is how we are able to then live the American dream. dealing with the child care and student loans and all of these burdens that we have right now. It's time that we fight for ourselves, and it's time for us to get the people who will fight for us. And we got that. So, folks, let's continue to organize. Let's continue to mobilize. I'm proud. I'm the first time in 175 years of the Democratic Party. We've had 2 black chairs before me, Ron Brown and Donna Brazile. But this is the first time that a president of the United States and a vice president picked a black person to be chair of the DNC in the 175 years. So, folks, we got it. We got the right tools. We just got to use it. We got to use our voices. We got to stand up.
All right, Jamie Harrison, I appreciate it, my brother. Thanks a lot. Let's go to Quentin, folks. He is the deputy campaign manager for Harris for President. Quentin, go right ahead. You're on the clock.
Appreciate you, Roland. And I just want to thank everybody for this call tonight. I was just with the VP earlier. As Roland mentioned, I'm the principal deputy campaign manager on the campaign. And before that, I ran Senator Warnock's campaigns in Georgia. So I know a lot of the fellows on this call were also in Georgia on the ground helping get that over the finish line. I mean, look, I think the speaker before said it perfectly that this is a business decision for us. I think even after the president stumbled during the debate, I think that we saw the people asking the president to step aside. We know what the backbone of the Democratic Party is, and the vice president is ready. She is the best person. I tried to think of, what I would say that hasn't been said on this call. Our path to victory is still there. Before, we were looking at the blue wall states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, the Sun Belt states and the southern states, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina. North Carolina's got an extreme person running on the ballot as well, just like Donald Trump, an African-American, already dealt with something like that in Georgia against Senator Warnock. But our path to victory is there. She performs better in some of these states even. I think we have to look at that and leverage the strength of that. We're talking about rural black voters. I heard Roland talking about Louisiana and some of the gains that were made in places like that. We got to organize in those places. And so I know that there's brothers on this call from all across the country, whether it be, from Atlanta to rural Georgia. But don't forget about our rural counties. 25% of the voters in Georgia and North Carolina are rural black voters. They're our voting base. And these folks are energized now. Obviously, we see the enthusiasm that the vice president is getting from the money standpoint, $80 million raised in 24 hours. And obviously, this group on the call doing this. The last 2 days and 2 nights alone, just with the Black Women's event and this event tonight, are unprecedented. We've never seen anything like this in politics. And we also haven't seen a change of a candidate with 100 days to go. But I think that we're united. We got something to fight for. You heard the chair just lay out the record of accomplishments. I think we got to, ignore the noise that's going to try to pit us against each other as we move forward in the next couple of months here, because for us, it is really only one outcome. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have Project 2025. They want to usher in. I mean, it is dangerous. It's scary. The vice president is going to get torn in a lot of different directions, and she has been since the moment that she stepped office. She's a woman. She's a woman of color, and she can never be enough of any one thing for anybody. And I think we have to make sure that we're constantly holding her up. We have to make sure we're supporting her. That is what this call is doing tonight. I know the energy is only going to keep going. We need y'all. We are figuring it out, right? Like, she just took over the mantle. The campaign is in the field, testing, polling, doing research. I know people are hungry, for that specific data that a lot of people on this call, I see a lot of organizations, a lot of elected officials want to know how they can tap in. And we will do our best to make sure that we're coming up with that and getting you all, the theory of the case on where we need to be, who we need to be talking to down to the district levels, so that people on this call can get to work, but also want to partner with you all. I know a lot of people on this call are involved in organizations that are helping specifically drive up the Black male vote. And I think it's a lot of, concerns out there about the Black male vote, but really the gap in between Black voting and white voting is really what's going. The voting has actually stayed pretty steady, but the portion of Black voters turning out, specifically Black men, is low. I do these briefings all the time. I have it by the state level of how many Black men, Black women, age groups, religion, anything you can think of. And so really want to just partner with you all to make sure that we can get the VP across the finish line, and appreciate the support tonight.
All right, Quentin, we appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Folks, money update. Mike, Quentin, what up? Quentin James, Mike Blake, bring him up. Hold on. Before we go to Justin, I need a money update. Mike Blake, Quentin James, where you at? Quentin, you in audio only. Turn your camera on. All right, y'all ain't ready. You there? Y'all ready? All right, Quentin.
Yo, folks. Hey, this again is an amazing night. As Quentin folks just said, this is unprecedented, gentlemen. Over almost 16,000 brothers have given tonight, a total of over $1.2 million. We are catching up to the sisters from last night with Women Black Women. Let's keep it going, y'all. I don't want to nitpick. I think it took them about 12 to 14 hours to reach that $2 million mark. So we've done one. We've done 1.2 million, a little less than 3 hours, y'all. Let's keep this momentum going. I know we got some more speakers, but let's give. And also there is a volunteer sign up form as well. JoeBiden.com/volunteer. People can sign up. We're going to support with our money, with our time, our talent. We're going to bring it all to bear to elect our sister as the first woman, first Black woman, first Asian American woman president of the United States. So thank you again, Roland. Let's keep it going, y'all. 1.2 million so far. Let's get to 2. Let's get to 2 million.
Yes, sir. Let's appreciate it. We had New York Speaker Carl Heastie on. Let me know if we get him back. Let's go to Tennessee. State Representative Justin Jones. You on the clock, my brother.
Appreciate it, Roland, and just want to thank Brother Alan Williams and Brother Khalil for making sure I was linked up to be on the call. I'm calling from Tennessee, the state that was the first state to unanimously pledge our delegates to Vice President Kamala Harris. We in Tennessee stand with the Vice President because she stood with us in one of our darkest times last year during our expulsion. We were expelled on a Thursday. The Vice President came to Tennessee within 24 hours on Good Friday to stand with us, to let them know that these attacks on our democracy would not happen without challenge, that this state that is the birthplace of the Klan would not fall back into our darker history, but would rise into a new vision of what we could be as a multiracial democracy. And so we stand with the Vice President. I stand with the Vice President because when we were expelled and when we were silenced again come a few months later, the Vice President checked on us each and every time and stood with us and said, how could she support what was happening in our state, a state where 1 in 5 Black men cannot vote because of felony disenfranchisement, a state that was one of the first states to pass book bans and bans on Black history, a state where it's easier to get a gun than it is to vote, a state where it's easier to get a gun than it is to get health care. And yet the Vice President said that we are not going to be alone here. And so we stand with her. As the youngest Black lawmaker in our state, I'm so excited about this campaign to know that we will have a Vice President who will not neglect the South, who recognizes that the South is not going to rise again, but it can rise anew. A new South that we represent here as we fight for a vision that roots human dignity and rights. And so I'm 100% behind the Vice President. I know that she is lifting up a new generation of voices in this moment that we're in, a moment of crisis where we're facing a real threat of authoritarianism. I tell you that I come from a state that we talk about Project 2025. I want to let you know that Project 2025 is Tennessee 2024, that we already see what is at risk in this moment. We see the risk of authoritarianism, of anti-democratic behavior. We saw that they banned books and banned Black history and try to ban Black lawmakers, but they won't ban these militarized guns that are terrorizing our kids. And so we need a Vice President who we know will not just speak about it, but will be about it. And that's what we saw last year. Is what we've seen consistently with Vice President Kamala Harris. Honored to be a part of this call. Lift up the voice of our generation who say that we stand with her. Whatever we can do to support her, whether it's your resources, but also young people, we got to knock doors. We got to get out the momentum. We see the excitement from young people in this moment. And it's making me hopeful that we're not just fighting against something, but we have a proactive, positive vision of what we want this nation to be. In a time where DEI is being weaponized and used as a bad word, we know that we have someone who will fight against these attacks on our history and these attacks to bring us backwards in our history. To a time that we don't want to go to. And so I'm completely behind the Vice President. I know Tennessee is behind the Vice President. And I know that the South is behind the Vice President because we know what's at risk in this election. We know what's at risk of being lost, our voting rights, our healthcare rights, the reproductive rights of our sisters and mothers and our friends. And so we know that we have to fight like hell to make sure that come November, that Vice President Kamala Harris is the President of the United States of America, and that not only will we make history, but we'll bring forth a new vision of what this nation should and can be. And so honored to be here supporting VP Kamala Harris, a fighter for the people.
All right, then, Representative Jones, I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. All right, then again, reminding all speakers, 2 minutes max, y'all. We got a lot of other people we're trying to maximize. It's 10:53. We went live at 8 p.m. We're going to take this for only 1 hour and 7 minutes. We're going to conclude at midnight. Just letting y'all know. So speakers, get ready. I'm coming to y'all. I need y'all to give. We want to hit absolutely 1.5 million. We want to hit 2 million. Look at the donate button. Secure, secure.actblue.com/donate/TCP-Kamala. Take that, share it on all your social media platforms, push that thing out. Money is going to the campaign, but more importantly, it's going to Black male organizations that are on the ground, that are going door to door, that are doing phone banks, that are doing precinct walks. That stuff takes money, y'all. I tell my audience all the time, this studio, my crew, the cameras, all this stuff costs money. And so this is what needs to happen. We've got to fund our grassroots efforts. We can't wait on other folk to do it. And so we need your support. So let's get it going. West Bellamy, are you there? West Bellamy. West Bellamy with 100 Black men. We got West. All right. If we ain't got West, I'm going to move on. Y'all know I don't roll how I roll. Michael Eric Dyson.
Yes, sir.
Michael, hit me up. Here we go. Michael, there you go.
Yep. All right, my brother. Thank you, Roland, for what you're doing, your leadership and organizing and galvanizing us. Look, we have a historic opportunity to get into office, the first woman, the first Black woman, the first Asian woman in America to represent us. But it's not simply about the titles. It's not about the magnificent, if you will, sexiness of being the first. It is about on-the-ground commitment to our people and the ability to tell the truth about what's happening in America. Joe Biden passed the torch to her. Joe Biden has done more in his first term than many presidents have done in 2 terms. And the fact that he gave that baton to Kamala Harris means that she has the integrity, the inspiration, and the imprimatur of the guy who did a great work to give it to this woman now who is able to take that baton across the finish line. And I'm so glad that Roland and others have organized and galvanized Black men, because we have often been seen as has-beens, also rans on the margins, demonizing and stigmatizing our sisters. No, we stand up for that which is good, that which is profitable, and that which is amazingly helpful to our community. And Kamala Harris has proved to be all of that, and will take that in a way that will be unprecedented, not simply because she's the first to do it, but because she's so deeply rooted in the ancient traditions of Black protest, about Black grievance against hostility in this country, the white supremacy, the sexism, the misogyny. Thank God that we are galvanizing as Black men to support this sister, because she represents the best of us. And as President of the United States of America, she will do an amazing thing. I am with you all. I stand with you. I'm grateful and honored to be on this call to support our sister, Kamala Harris.
Y'all, oh my God. Michael Eric Dyson, y'all, spoke in 1 minute and 56 seconds. He left 4 seconds on the clock. That's what I'm saying. Michael, I appreciate it, brother.
Love you, Doc. Love you, brother.
Appreciate it. Y'all know we gotta have some fun, y'all. We gotta do that. My man, West Bellamy, 100 Black Men of America. You finally turn your camera on.
What's up, good brother?
What's up?
Hey, man, I appreciate you having me on. I guess I was having some technical issues. I'm super excited to be here. And I just want to say this. I know there's been a lot of talk and a lot of people saying a lot of different things. I just want to encourage us to keep in mind that, you know, if you're on this call right now at 11 o'clock Eastern time, more than likely you already locked in. You're going to vote. We know what you're going to do. But it's imperative that we take our talents into our communities and be bold enough to talk to our brothers who are not as voting or ready to get into or ready to go out and vote. Like, we need to make sure that we're going out and talking to those, again, who have been targeted by misinformation, those who have been just feeling as if nothing's going to change within their communities, and remind them if they have sisters, nieces, mamas, daughters, their lives will be completely different if they're not engaged in this electoral process. And then us specifically as Black men, we know it's important for us to take our rightful place. The 100 Black men, we are going across the country on a 16-city tour. Real Men Vote. We've had 4 stops already. We have 12 more to go. We're looking to continue to partner with organizations like the Collective PAC, Black Voters Matters, and others. So, brothers, let's continue to stay engaged. Let's continue to do what we have to do. Roland, you're all right for an alpha, but all the brothers, no matter where you at, let's do what we got to do. And I'm signing out.
All right, appreciate it. But you know how we roll. All right, Wes, I appreciate it. And you spoke in 1 minute and 22 seconds. Way to go.
I kept it quick.
There we go. Pastor McBride. Pastor McBride, you are up next. Go. You're on the clock.
What's happening? What's happening? It is a great blessing to be here. Much love to Roland. Much love to Michael Blake, Quentin, everybody that's pulled this together. I'm super excited to just tap in and say we are all in for Kamala Harris for president. Last night, the Black Church PAC, along with a number of other folks, hosted a call, had over 4,000 folks registered. 1,000 plus were jammed on the Zoom. Couldn't get everybody in the room, but we decided to endorse Kamala Harris, the Black Church PAC, and it is on like Donkey Kong. And I just want to also say, as someone who's from the Bay Area, born and raised in San Francisco, living in Oakland, let's really push back on the misrepresentation of her record at every level. She was moving the ball forward on criminal justice reform, stop trying young men as adults, would not use the death penalty, was holding a whole bunch of folks accountable for the way in which they even addressed racial profiling and procedural justice at the state level. She didn't do everything we wanted, but she did enough to move the ball forward, and that's what we expect for our president. And we are super, super excited. Let me just also say, if you have a pastor, if you have a bishop, if you have a Black male preacher, and they are nervous about being engaged because of their own 501c3 status, let them know that the Black Church PAC can be a home for their political work to make sure we get Kamala Harris elected. We have been doing master classes. We've been doing all kinds of efforts all across the country. And so we are all in for Kamala Harris. I love this call. Organized money, we raising the money. Organized people, we mobilizing Black men. And organized ideas. Let's get Kamala Harris elected as the president of the United States. I'm out. God bless y'all.
Man, that's the second pastor we've had in 3 calls who hit. You were less than Michael Eric Dyson. Man, these are new school preachers, y'all. All right, Pastor McBride, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Let's go to New Orleans. I need some jambalaya and some gumbo. Congressman Troy Carter.
Hello, my good brother. We got all that for you. We got gumbo, we got jambalaya, and most importantly, we got votes. Listen, I've been in the green room for a while. I had the opportunity to hear Brother Gary Chambers, and he spoke nothing but the truth. My homeboy from Louisiana. Listen, we've seen the atrocities of what happens when we don't vote. We have a governor that starts to implement 2025. We have a governor that tried to not accept $71 million for summer EBT funds to feed hungry children. But we didn't give up. We pressed, we fought, we rallied, we went to the other side of the aisle to find compassionate members. And young brother Jason Hughes, a member of the House of Representatives, told me, Congressman, if you can hold USDA in place, I will work my butt off to make this turnaround. And he did just that. So kudos to never quitting. Kudos to Representative Jason Hughes of New Orleans East, who never gave up, who was my partner to make sure that we demonstrated when we fight, we win. In elections, the exact same way. Listen, we've had a late night. We had late night votes, and then we had a testimony on the House floor tonight honoring the late, great Sheila Jackson Lee, a warrior who has gone to be with God, who was a fighter on every front you can imagine, a living legend who has now taken her place in heaven Her life, her energy, her love was spent fighting for our people. And so today we find ourselves in this posture of having to get together. You know, I had this, the closest memory I have of something like this, Roland, was in 1995 when we had the Million Man March. I was a young member of the New Orleans City Council at the time, and we went to the Million Man March, and we got out, and we were all together as brothers, demonstrating that we can stand together, accept our responsibilities, and now here we are in 2024, in need of another Million Man March of sorts. Roland, I want to thank you and Brother Blake and others for bringing us together tonight, for giving us an opportunity to galvanize as Black men, being responsible and being a part of the solution. We've got to look them in the eye and say, you're a damn lie. When I hear people say that Black men were looking and leaning toward Trump because of his felony convictions, we got to look them in the eye and say, you're a damn lie. When they say that Black folk are going to stay home and not going to vote, we got to look them in the eye and say, you're a damn lie. Listen, I'm proud to be on this with you guys. I know that the night is long and you have been on here for a while. I want to tell you, we're 60 members strong of the Congressional Black Caucus, led by our fearless leader, Stephen Horsford from Nevada. We will stand with you. We will fight with you. We will come to your communities, your towns, your villages, your townships, and we will show everybody that when we vote, we win. Talk about the facts, the receipts that Kamala Harris, our vice president, one half of the solution, one half of the party with the Biden-Harris administration. When she sat at the table and they fought for $16 billion for HBCUs, when they fought to lower insulin prices for $35 for our seniors, when we put more money in environmental justice through the Inflation Reduction Act than ever before in the history of our country, when we saw and recognized the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill that's building bridges and putting people back to work. Listen, we have receipts. We have a record to run on. We have receipts to demonstrate what the Biden-Harris administration has done. We cannot be hoodwinked by someone going to say, well, she's this, she's that. We've got to defend this sister. We've got to circle this sister. We've got to protect this sister. We've got to uplift this sister. And we've got to vote for this sister. So I want to thank you all for joining in, for putting your money where your mouth is. Roland, I cannot be more proud of you, my dear brother. Brother Blake, Gary Chambers, all of the other powerful speakers that have been on tonight and will continue to be on. We are one and we will win. Listen, I often say, there are far too few of us in this space.
Come on, Doc. Come on, Doc.
That we cannot afford to be against each other. There are far too few of us in this space that we can afford to hate on each other. There are far too few of us in this space. We must stand together, and we have to spend more time talking to each other and less time talking about each other.
All right.
God bless you, brothers. We're in this battle together, and guess what? We're going to win. God bless you all.
All right, appreciate it, Congressman. Normally, I don't let no Kappas talk for 5 minutes and 10 seconds. So, I mean, I'm Jesus working on me. So I'm just giving y'all a little grace. All right, we appreciate it, sir. Thanks a bunch. Let's go to Ohio State Representative Dontavius Geralds.
Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Brother Martin. Can you hear me?
We got you. You on the clock.
But first and foremost, I want to say thank you for allowing me to be on to Brother Blake and Brother Quentin. And also, I'm proud to be repping the oldest fraternity in all the land, Alpha Phi Fraternity Incorporated, Alpha Rho Lambda chapter. Brothers, I'll be quick. This has been, President Biden has had one of the most consequential tenures of our lifetime, and giving our future President Kamala Harris the opportunity to run and to win with our support is going to change the fabric of this nation. I truly believe that the soul of this nation is on the line. And each and every one of us is on this call is going to do everything we have to do, whether it's give money, get into the streets, knock on doors, do everything possible to make sure that the reality of this presidency and of this administration includes all of us. There's two things I want to leave you with. One, I know right here in Ohio, we can set the bar because we did it. We just passed in November issue 1, which gave the ability for women to have autonomy over their bodies. And you want to know the highest number of voters that we saw in terms of the highest demographic, it was Black men who came out and turned out and said, we believe that women should have control over their bodies. And so if we believe that women should have control over their bodies, we also should believe that Vice President Kamala Harris can be in the White House. And so we have to do the work, brothers. We don't have a lot of days, only 106, 105 days left to go. But I really do believe that we will get it done. The last thing I'll leave you with is this. President Dr. Martin Luther King said this: to serve you only need a heart full of grace and a soul generated by love. Each and every day, we have to fight for the soul of this nation. And if you are someone you know who's never checked their registration, who has not updated their registration, you have to make sure that you do it, because purging laws across this nation are real. We're seeing it in Ohio. We've seen Black folks being taken off the rolls simply because they didn't vote in one election. And we got to do everything possible to make sure every person has the opportunity to vote this election. And so I'm proud to be on the battlefield with each and every one of you all. And God bless, and I love you, brothers. Let's get to work.
I appreciate it, Frat. Thank you so very much. Let's go to Durham, North Carolina. The mayor of Durham, Leonardo Williams. Mayor Williams, you're on the clock.
What's up, Frat? There's a lot of alphas out here tonight, but I had to get on here. I've been in and out, listening in, man. And I listened to the ladies last night. I'm so glad that we were making it happen. Listen, I just wanted to get on. Some of what I'm saying is what you've already heard, but I just wanted to give you the perspective of North Carolina. And I think Kendrick Lamar said it best. They're not like us. We got a clown running for governor, Mark Robinson. And this is not what Black men in office look like. And we have a lot of sisters that are running down ballot. Jessica Holmes, Judge Carolyn Thompson. We can't forget about the judges. And I think what's happening, as a matter of fact, I know what our sister, Vice President Kamala Harris, is bringing is 2008 vibes amped up. It's on steroids. You know, the last time I felt this energy was with Obama. But she's breaking her story. And I look forward to being on the battlefield with all you guys. What I wanted to say was just let's continue to use this momentum strategically. Let's make sure that you are drafting your Project 2025. Let's stop talking about what the damn Republicans have, and let's focus on what we are going to do, because people want to vote for what they want to vote for something. Let's stop giving airtime to the other guys. And to our brothers who find it, convenient to speak up only when it's time to vote against ourselves, let's spend some intimate time to educate those brothers as well. Have a little grace and be a little patient, but we got to be strategic about all of it. This is an opportunity to really change the game in our democracy. This is an opportunity to change the game and how we do business. So let's draft our own Project 2025. Let's start putting it out there. That's what I'm working on here in North Carolina. I have 100 Black mayors and mayor pro tems across the state. We are in formation. We are lined up, ready to go. Send out an endorsement 1 hour before the actual announcement the other day. And now we have the same folks announcing their endorsements for Kamala Harris, but I want to make sure we go down ballot. So in North Carolina, we're going to make sure we get everybody, and I hope you all do the same thing in your states. So appreciate you, man. Thanks for having me on, Fred.
All right, bro, I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Let's go to Greg Jackson. Greg Jackson, you are on the clock.
All right, what's up, Roland? Peace
How's
to
it
the
going?
Fry brothers. Hey, man, thank you, Q, Khalil, Quentin, everybody for having me. For folks who don't know me, I'm here as a survivor of gun violence, but also in my personal capacity, but serving under Vice President in the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. And I just want to drop a few major things for y'all when we think about the stakes. Gun violence is now the #1 cause of death for Black men in America. It's the #1 cause of death for Black youth and all youth in America, but Black youth since 2006. And when we think about what's happening in our communities, it's not as simple as gangs and crime. What we're seeing is that only 11% are connected to gangs, only 30% is connected to other felony crimes. What's happening is interpersonal conflict and people in crisis that have firearms. But what I'm so excited about is that we have a vice president who is not just fighting for this issue, but is leading this issue and literally has been leading this almost her entire career. I mean, in California, she helped build the national model of how we support youth that have been impacted by violence as they're grieving. And in this office, we made the largest investment in youth mental health. We made gun trafficking a federal offense. We made the first ever investment in community violence intervention. And the vice president actually spoke at the first ever leadership academy for community-based leaders that are working to prevent violence across the country. And we even had a convening of over 200 mothers who lost their loved ones, who lost their sons, their daughters, and decided to create organizations to help change things. And the one person who made time out of their day to sit down with those mothers and celebrate their work was Vice President Kamala Harris. And the last thing I'll just share is last year we saw the steepest decline in homicides in American history, a 13% decline in homicides. And in this year, we're seeing a 26% decline, with 41% being the average decline in cities with over 1 million residents. And when you look at the demographics, the communities the lives that are being saved the most aggressively are those in Black communities. Those are our Black men, our Black boys, our Black kids. We are the lives that are being saved because of this amazing administration. And so I'm just so proud to be a part of this. I think we have to realize the stakes. And the last thing I will just share, I was with the vice president when we went to Parkland and we walked through the school and we literally saw blood. We saw destroyed desks, and we stood there with the families. And politicians walked in those doors. The only one who had the heart to stand with those families, all three levels of that carnage, was Vice President Harris. When we went to Charlotte, North Carolina, we sat down with youth, literally young Black boys that watched their best friends get shot and killed. And the only person who sat there and heard from every one of those Black boys was Vice President Harris. And so we have someone who leads with their heart, who understands the issue and is willing to fight every day to save our lives. And those are the real stakes. And so I'm just so thankful to be here. I'm so thankful to be a part of this legacy, but so thankful that we have someone that we can fight for and fight with that we know is committed to fighting for our lives. So thank you again, Roland. Everybody, put in what you can. Let's do this.
All right. I appreciate it, Greg. Thanks a lot. Folks, don't forget, secure.actblue.com/donate/TCP-Kamala. Last update, we got 16,000 donors, $1.2 million. Y'all, we got 45 more minutes before we sign off. Let's hit 1.5 million. Let's go to 1.6. Let's go to 1.7. We are going to be supporting these folks, these groups that are out there on the ground doing the work. These Black male groups, they are doing it. Let's make it happen. My brother next, he's been with us all night. We've been texting back and forth. He was like, well, what I want to say, I said, man, just speak from your heart. He's one of the baddest actors in America, Oscar nominated. You know him, Mouse, Devil in a Blue Dress, and all kind of other roles. Put your hands together, y'all. My man, Don Cheadle.
Yo, what's going on, Roland?
My brother, how you doing?
I'm good. I just ran in the house and ran upstairs, and the connection finally came through, and I'm like, look at us. Look at us go. So glad that you're doing this, and so appreciative of your efforts. They're consistent and true and real, and you always, put your whole spirit and soul where your mouth is, and that's very important. And really glad to see what's happening. Amazing to see what's happened. Was on that call last night with the women, and it was great that the women leadership, kind of always works. Black women leadership is what it's about. And it's great that we are, here as a result of it, doing our thing and supporting them and walking arm in arm with them. So it's just beautiful. And just thank you, everybody that's come on board. We have 106 days left, a lot of work to do, and, down to do it. And Roland, you and I were in a very special room talking about the things that matter the most, directly to power. And now to see if that comes to fruition and we get to really, be in the room where it happened and be parts of making sure it continues to go forward is really exciting. And also the gauntlet has kind of been thrown down.
Absolutely. Very well said. And, Don, the thing here is everybody can contribute. This is what I've said about these Democratic donors. They may have lots of money, George Clooney, Ashley Judd, the rest of the people, but they only got one vote. And every single one of us, we need more than one vote to win. Biden-Harris got 81 million in 2020. That's what it requires. Regular, ordinary people making sure they cast their ballots.
Yes, exactly. Showing up. Don't disenfranchise yourself. I think every year since, I've been alive and paying close attention, it matters. You can't have it's the margins. You always talk about this too, Roland. It's the margins game. And, we can't disaffect ourselves and not show up and be apathetic with what's, coming down the pipe if it doesn't go our way. With this Project 2025, I encourage everyone to read it and not just look at it, but look at the architects of it and see, what it is that we're dealing with, and really see what it is that your future potentially holds, and make an informed decision, not just the one that makes you feel good, but really thoughtful. And to me, it's absolutely clear which way to go. It's not even a thought.
Indeed, indeed. Don Cheeto, my brother, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so very much for hanging there with us and getting on this Win with Black Men call.
Thank you, Roland, and thank you for everything you do, and more to come, man. This is just the beginning.
Yes, it is. Indeed, indeed. Hey, folks, earlier, my man John Legend, he said, hey, if I move to say something, I will. But John was on. He donated. We appreciate John being on. Hill Harper was on earlier as well. Bill Bellamy has been on. So a lot of brothers out there making this thing happen. Let's go to Reverend Mark Thompson. Mark Thompson, you've been waiting some time, so come right ahead.
Bless you, Roland. Thank you to you and Michael, Quentin, and Khalil for convening us. Some of you will remember 29 years ago, we gathered as Black men on the National Mall to stand up for our families, to stand up for our sisters, as Malcolm said, the most disrespected, unprotected, neglected women in the country. We are called to do this again. I stand with Kamala Harris in the name of the women who raised me, the names of the women who raised me, my mother, my grandmother, in the name of my daughter. We must do this, and we must stand for our sister, and we can't take anything for granted. You may also recall, we had to fight. We had to organize in the way Win with Black Women organized, and in the way Win with Black Men organized in 2020 to get her on a ticket. In the past 10 days, we had to mobilize and organize to be sure that the Democratic Party elites didn't leapfrog over her and pick someone else as the nominee. She is entitled to this. She has earned it, and she can do the job. It is in our nature to do so. We must educate all of our young brothers that it's okay. It is part of being a man. One's manhood is not lessened to support a Black woman. And if we know our heritage and our culture, we've always had queens. We had Ta'i and Hatshepsut and Amina and Makeda, the Queen of Sheba, and Nefertiti. And so this is no different. We can support a Black woman in leadership. The Supreme Court wants to make Donald Trump a king, but we can stop that by electing our queen. So brothers, continue to give. Let's continue to hit those marks in terms of the money. Let's talk to our young brothers, get them out to vote, and let's be certain that Kamala Harris is the next president of the United States.
Man, that's the third reverend tonight that spoke under 2 minutes. Mark was 1:35. Lord, that is a God. Appreciate it, Mark. Thanks a lot.
Give thanks. Yes, yes.
All right, let's go to Baltimore. The mayor of Baltimore, Brandon Scott. Still rocking that afro? Oh, you got the whole.
It's curly fro, brother Roland.
What's up, my brother?
I'm good, man, and I'm gonna be brief. We know what the mission is. Black women have saved this country time and time and again from itself. And if we're going to be honest, brothers, even from us, it is now time for us to support a Black woman, my vice president, your vice president, the future president of these United States, because we know that this is the most critical election. We know what the other side wants to do. We know that the numbers don't add up. They do not qualify and can't even be compared to what this sister has done. We have to show up. We have to pull the young brothers up. We have to challenge everybody and stand in the way of all the bull crap that is going to be thrown our way. We know that they're going to dig it all up, because when you look at the results, historic numbers that they put in the HBCUs. You heard Brother Greg talking about the historic numbers of reduction in violence in this country. All the things that we've asked for all these years, she's delivered on. It's time for us to deliver for her, to be there for her, so that she, a Black woman, can be the first president of these United States as a woman. We know we have to do it. We just have to show up, put up, or shut up, and deliver for her the same way that she delivers for us. Thank you.
All right, then, Mayor Brandon Scott, great leadership when it came to the bridge collapse. So, brother, we want to congratulate you and keep doing a great job there.
Thank you, brother.
In Baltimore. Or somebody sent me a text. They said, Roland, it's not Baltimore, it's Baltimore. I'm like,
Baltimore. We do what we do. 1 + 2.
I got you, my brother. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Y'all, yesterday I was playing in Wendell Haskins' Richard T Golf Classic, and my phone rings, and man, people were texting me. I'm on the 7th hole. I'm gonna putt for a birdie. Hell, after Biden announced, my golf game was crap. I couldn't focus or concentrate. Bill Bellamy sitting here FaceTiming me, calling me. I'm like, what the hell? Is Bill in jail or something? I'm like, he needs some bail money. And so he hit me today. I was like, Bill, I'm working. And so we finally got him. Bill Bellamy, y'all, joins us right now on the Win with Black Men call. What's up, Bill?
Oh my God, man. What a day, man. I'm excited to see so many of our brothers, man, standing up and literally coming together overnight. Like I've never seen this before, and it's very, very exciting. And it goes to show you how powerful we can really be if we just dedicate our energies in one area. And this is a monumental part of our history. When I called you, I was like, Ro, because you're my go-to. I said, Ro, man, something's about to happen. This is like, I remember when Obama was, doing his grassroots campaign, and I could feel the energy in the cities, the inner cities. I could feel people whispering and talking at the barbershops, the hair salons, and things of that nature. And I feel like right now, this is one of those moments where you don't want to not be a part of it. Like, this is something that we're fighting for our kids. We're fighting for our liberties. We're fighting for the future to be bright for the next generation. You know what I'm saying? And now that we have the platforms, we have social media, things that we didn't have 20 years ago. We have all these different brothers with podcasts, and they're influencers out here. We can really make a seismic shift in how people look at voting and how people show up.
Bill, you're absolutely right. And it takes everybody. And the reality is, look, you tell jokes for a living, but you're still a citizen. You still got a family. You still care about the issues. And so I think people need to understand that, listen, entertainers, they are part of the fabric of our society. They got a voice too.
Yeah, I mean, being a comedian and an entertainer. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Is it clear?
You're good. You're good.
What I was about to say is, like, when you're an entertainer, a lot of times people don't realize that, you are still, a Black man. You're still a family man. You're still a father, a husband. You are still a community leader. So when you have all these different hats and things of this nature come up, dude, there should be a level of passion and a level of commitment that we've never seen before. Because honestly, when I was reading about that Project 2025, I was like, this is crazy. This is not anything to play with, bro. This is officially crazy. It's officially a moment in your life where you have to commit to what you want your future to look like. And we have that opportunity with Kamala Harris. I've been a friend and a fan of her journey. I mean, she didn't just come out of anywhere. I mean, I remember when she was running for senator, and next thing you know, she VP. And I mean, it's just, her story is a movie, honestly. I want to shout out all the AKAs out there. Shout out to all the HBCUs that, produce great people, great talent. And she's an example of that kind of talent. And as Black men, I just think we should just do our thing, man. I'm excited about the possibilities of meeting so many people. I'm just thinking of all the creative ways that I could add this element to my tour. I've been brainstorming all day how to get the message out with comedy and getting people, invested in voting and getting information to people. So I'm really, really into it. So thank you for, giving me that inspiration, Roland.
Absolutely, Bill, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. And your voice contributes to this. We surely appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
It sounds like the audio is a little bit.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. We're good. I appreciate it, my brother. I appreciate it, Bill. Thanks a lot. I'm going to go to the Charlotte Mecklenburg School Board County Commissioner, Reverend Dr. Monty Witherspoon Brown. Doc, you're on the clock. Doc, you're on the clock.
I'm here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity. Listen, it's already been said by so many.
Actually, so Doc, do this here. Turn your audio down on the program.
Thank you.
And talk to me.
Yeah, it's already been said by so many. We already know that the stakes are high, from everything from healthcare to education. Listen, this is more than an election. This is more than a campaign. This is more than just a vote. We are in a fight. This is a fight for our existence and a fight for our lives. And I believe that with our help, if we get out there, we spread the word, we drive people to the polls, we mobilize our communities, that Vice President Harris will be the next president of the United States of America. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Let me hold up before you go. The reality is education is a critical issue. You've got Trump's Project 2025. They want to abolish the Department of Education. They want to cut Pell Grants. They want to actually drive more money for private school vouchers. And so speak from that perspective, from an education standpoint.
Absolutely. I'm in North Carolina, and North Carolina, like so many states across this country, their state legislatures are dismantling public education. As I sit at the dais and oversee with 8 others, the 14th largest school district in the country, the plight of Black students, or Black children, particularly Black boys, is alarming. And as we need a strong Department of Education, we need strong leadership all the way down from the White House, Department of Education, all the way down to our local school boards. And with the leadership, with Vice President Harris, who will be President Harris, I think we can make this happen. We can turn the trajectory of our communities around. Education is the key to success, and we need her. We need her in the White House.
Absolutely, sir. We certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. All right, I want to bring up Mike Blake, Quentin James. Let's get an update. Mike, you said something regarding, give people an update on the delegate situation. Khalil, if Khalil is there, pull him as well. So give us an update on the delegate situation, Michael, with Vice President Kamala Brown. So, I'm sorry, Kamala Harris. My apologies.
I mean, I know we got the black brown men call right now, so we're excited about that. Brothers, I'm just going to read words of the person that's going to be the next president of the United States. When I announced my campaign for president, I said I intended to go out and earn this nomination. Tonight, I am proud to have secured the broad support to become our party's nominee. As a daughter of California, I am proud that my home state's delegation helped put our campaign over the top. I look forward to formally accepting the nomination soon. I'm grateful to President Biden and everyone in the Democratic Party who has always put their faith in me, and I look forward to taking the case directly to the American people. Brothers, I want us to internalize the magnitude of what has just occurred. I always tell people that this is Kairos moment. Kairos means an opportunity to create a moment. That we put out this call earlier today, and not only we passed more than $1 million, in which Q will talk that through, that's going to help Harris President and Black men groups, but we could say that we were in the number on July 22nd, 2020. We were on the call when a Black woman became the first Black woman to be the nominee for the Democratic Party to become president. We should be excited. We should be inspired. And it means that we have something special to do. We got 106 days. We keep saying this, y'all. But that means it's 106 days for November. Early voting gets going in September, y'all. We cannot wait. We have to be engaged. We have to keep working. We're going to give y'all some call to action at the end of this call. But we want to make sure that we have these moments of being inspired and excited that night Vice President Harris has secured the delegates. She will be the Democratic nominee when we get to Chicago in August. Q, let's give them more reasons to be excited. Where are we at on the numbers right now, Brother Quentin James?
Thank you, Brother Blake. Gentlemen, we are at 17,000 donors who have contributed over $1.3 million. We are getting close to matching our sisters from last night with the Black Women Call. But again, this is unprecedented. We've never seen this type of momentum and energy from Black men in politics. 17,000 brothers have given $1.3 million. And the thing about it is less than 4 hours. It's 3.5 hours we've been on this call. And so this is exciting. We know we got a lot more to build upon. This will not be our last gathering, but only our first. And so again, thank you all for joining. I want to thank again Brother Blake, Brother Khalil, Women Black Men, Roland, thank you, Bakari Sellers, thank you, the entire team from the campaign, Quentin Folks to Trey Baker to Antoine Seawright, Steve Benjamin, the entire group of Black men surrounding our vice president right now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Brother Alan Williams, thank you all so much for what you're doing. We know this is going to be a tough fight over the next 104 or 5 days. But if we came out today and in 4 hours moved $1.3 million together, there's no telling what else we're going to be doing together over the next couple of weeks and months. And so thank y'all for rallying. Thank y'all for stepping up. Again, this is not about us. It's not about our ego. This is about our community, our collective. And so thank y'all for being a part of this historic night, historic moment. And we're going to help the sister win. Her team is kind of watching this process go. And we're sending a loud message that Black men have your back, Vice President Harris. On day one, we are here and ready to rock with you, as we have really been doing for our communities since the beginning of time. A lot of misnomers out there about how we show up, but Black men will be with Kamala Harris. Black men will have the backs of our families, of our wives, our children, of all these people. And so I do want to say, Roland, my wife just told me I need to wrap it up. She said she's trying to win with a Black man tonight. So again, toast to everybody out here raising. Let's keep it going,
what you
y'all.
want me to tell you? You on the clock.
I'm on the clock. I'm on the clock.
All right, Khalil, explain to people again. If you give, you're not just supporting the campaign, you're supporting the Black male organizations that are on the ground.
Thank you, Roland. And I couldn't, I'd be remiss if I didn't take that opportunity. And thank you for bringing that up again. There are a lot of groups that work tirelessly day and night, whether they're here in Washington, D.C. and Southeast, or in Ward 1, not just in Anacostia and also in Ward 7, or they're in Detroit, or they're in Milwaukee, that are doing this work on the ground. A part of your donation not only goes to support the work that myself, Kairos with Michael Blake and Quentin over at Collective PAC, but we're really trying to make sure that those groups on the ground who are doing the work, who get up every day, whose organizations exist in the red day in and day out, have the support over these next 100 days to really get the work done on the ground, to move voters in our communities, to get them out to vote. So want to make sure each and every one of you know, go to secureactblue.com/donate/TCP-Kamala and donate every single dollar that you feel comfortable to give. We truly appreciate the moment that we have had tonight. I'm glad to see that the iteration of Women Black Men has been able to match this amazing work that we saw our sisters do last night. And we hope we can all surpass and get together. We're texting right now to see if we can create a club quarantine in the months to come. I should say days to come, over these next 100 days, where we could get 1 million Black people together in a forum to host this and hear from each and every one of us and share our opinions. I just want to say, and Bakari moved me earlier, lastly in the role, I know we'll get it back to others that we're trying to get in this last chat. But our vice president is a sister of my late wife, Megan Janelle Jackson Thompson. I'd be remiss in this moment if I didn't feel that moment that she is speaking to all of us to share with us this amazing opportunity to participate and show up and vote. For us in our household, when she was pregnant with our little one, Olivia Grace, we would make sure we would go out and vote. There's a picture of a voting sticker on her belly. And so I am truly proud that we are here at 11:30 p.m. on the East Coast, still rocking hard. I know we joke with Roland and his massage gun and other things, but this is a truly pivotal moment for many of us that worked in the Obama campaign. We've been striving for and looking for that moment in our community where we can really galvanize. We know we've had a tremendous president in Joe Biden, but we're truly excited about the opportunity of what a Kamala Harris presidency means for this country. So just want to say thank you and thank her for all the work that she's doing and will do.
Khalil, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Let me just quickly go, because I got to play a couple of things. Let me quickly go. Ben Chavis, what are the Black newspapers doing? What are the Black newspapers doing? Can you speak to that? All right. If not, okay, so do this here. So Keenan, do this here. If some of you may have missed Vice President Kamala Harris making her first visit to the now Harris for President campaign office in Wilmington, Delaware, here's some of what she had to say.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
And it is my great honor to have Joe's endorsement in this race.
You sure do.
And it is my intention to go out and earn this nomination and to win. So in the days and weeks ahead, I, together with you, will do everything in my power to unite our Democratic Party, to unite our nation, and to win this election. You know, as many of you know, before I was elected as vice president, before I was elected as United States Senator, I was the elected Attorney General, as I've mentioned, of California. And before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor. In those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type. And in this campaign, I will proudly put my record against his. As a young prosecutor, when I was in the Alameda County District Attorney's Office in California, I specialized in cases involving sexual abuse. Donald Trump was found liable by a jury for committing sexual abuse. As Attorney General of California, I took on one of our country's largest for-profit colleges and put it out of business. Donald Trump ran a for-profit college, Trump University, that was forced to pay $25 million to the students it scammed. As district attorney, to go after polluters, I created one of the first environmental justice units in our nation. Donald Trump stood in Mar-a-Lago and told big oil lobbyists he would do their bidding for a $1 billion campaign contribution. During the foreclosure crisis, I took on the big Wall Street banks and won $20 billion for California families, holding those banks accountable for fraud. Donald Trump was just found guilty of 34 counts of fraud. But make no mistake, all of that being said, this campaign is not just about us versus Donald Trump. There is more to this campaign than that. Our campaign has always been about two different versions of what we see as the future of our country, two different visions for the future of our country. One focused on the future, the other focused on the past. Donald Trump wants to take our country backward to a time before many of our fellow Americans had full freedoms and rights. But we believe in a brighter future that makes room for all Americans. We believe in a future where every person has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead. We believe in a future where no child has to grow up in poverty. where every person can buy a home, start a family, and build wealth. And where every person has access to paid family leave and affordable childcare. That's the future we see. Together, we fight to build a nation where every person has affordable health care, where every worker is paid fairly, and where every senior can retire with dignity. All of this is to say, building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. Because we here know when our middle class is strong, America is strong. And we know that's not the future Donald Trump is fighting for. He and his extreme Project 2025 will weaken the middle class and bring us backward. Please do note that. Back to the failed trickle-down policies that gave huge tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations and made working families pay the cost. Back to policies that put Social Security and Medicare on the chopping block. Back to policies that treat health care as only a privilege for the wealthy instead of what we all know it should be, which is a right for every American. Right. America has tried these economic policies before. They do not lead to prosperity. They lead to inequity and economic injustice. And we are not going back. We are not going back. You're not taking us back. Our fight for the future is also a fight for freedom. Generations of Americans before us have led the fight for freedom, from our founders to our framers, to the abolitionists and the suffragettes, to the freedom riders and farm workers. And now I say, team, the baton is in our hands. We who believe in the sacred freedom to vote, we who are committed to fight to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. We who believe in the freedom to live safe from gun violence. And that's why we will work to pass universal background checks, red flag laws, and an assault weapons ban. We who will fight for reproductive freedom, knowing if Trump gets the chance, he will sign a national abortion ban to outlaw abortion in every single state, but we are not going to let that happen. It is this team here that is going to help in this November to elect a majority of members of the United States Congress who agree the government should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. And when Congress passes a law to restore reproductive freedoms, as President of the United States, I will sign it into law. Indeed, we the people. So ultimately, to all the friends here, I say, in this election, we know we each face a question: what kind of country do we want to live in? A country of freedom, compassion, and rule of law? Yes! Or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? No. You all are here because you as leaders know we each, including our neighbors and our friends and our family, we each as Americans have the power to answer that question. That's the beauty of it, the power of the people. We each have the ability to answer that question. So in the next 106 days, we have work to do. We have doors to knock on. We have people to talk to. We have phone calls to make. And we have an election to win. So are you ready to get to work? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we willing to fight for it? And when we fight, God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America and Joe Biden.
Folks, that was Vice President Kamala Harris a little bit earlier today, speaking at the campaign headquarters for Harris for President. We wanted to close out with that. Now, we got some housekeeping issues. We also have the benediction from Reverend Dr. William Barber, and then we're trying to get Reverend Dr. Marcus Cosby on. So let me let me bring up Quentin, Mike Blake, as well as Khalil Thompson, and so with some final comments. Gentlemen, there's some things that are coming up. Folks, this is not going to be the only time we convene. We are taking that database. You can share it. If you have not signed up, winwithblackmen.org, please do so. We're collecting that data so we can communicate with you on next steps, more calls we're going to be doing, different activations happening all around the country. Mike, you're first.
First and foremost, can we just show love to Roland Martin, who held it down for all these hours? This is another reminder why you got to support Black media, everybody. So make sure to support Black Star Network and all Roland continues to do. We are grateful for you, brother, for stepping in immediately and answering the call. Second, as we've been saying, this is not just about tonight. We need you consistently to support our respective organizations. Ourselves and what we're doing with Kairos and the Kairos Democracy Project. Quentin is doing with Vote to Live and Collective, what Khalil is doing with Women with Black Men. If you want to stay connected with us, KairosDemocracyProject.com, KAIROS democracyproject.com. We are focused on the storytelling of democracy. We got to make sure people are connected to the issues and to the demographics before we know what's happening with democracy. If you want to stay connected with us, KairosDemocracyProject.com. Also, you can text the word Kairos, Kairos, to 917-983-0800. Again, if you want to stay connected in what we're building across the country, Kairos, text that word to 917-983-0800. Lastly, we got a lot of upcoming events that we want y'all to be aware of. If you want to rock with us, again, Kairos Project, you want to rock with us, we'll be on Martha's Vineyard in a few weeks. Our-Kairos.com, OUR-Kairos.com, August 12th through the 15th. If you want to build with us, brothers, you've seen what we did online. Now meet us in person. We'll be there in Martha's Vineyard, August 12th to the 15th. The very next week in Chicago, Quentin and myself have many events happening out in Chicago. Specifically, we have a democracy convening happening August 22nd in Chicago. Come to the Shy, support what we have going. Both of us are going to have events at night as well that you got to rock with as well. Lastly, shout out to Mayor Michael Hancock, former mayor of Denver. He is leading the national nonpartisan conversation on voting rights. Brothers, families, September 21st, we need you in Selma. 21st, Just Vote Rally is going to go across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. You're hearing it from us right now. We need you with us September 21st across the country as part of this movement. A lot of causes are happening. Tomorrow, you're going to see something out there. You heard this earlier about countering Project 2025. Get ready for Project Freedom. Shout out to my son, Tamika Mallory, Linda Sarsour, Pastor Mike McBride, Reverend Stephen Green, all of us coming together. So when you see Project Freedom and Project Freedom 2025, that's another effort to keep these causes going. Our love to you, our appreciation for you. Again, support our causes. If you see Kairos Democracy Project, rock with us and stay with us. We will have more calls, more activations. It is not just about tonight. It is our time. It is our Chronos. It is our Kairos. Roland, Quentin, Khalil, Bakari, much love to y'all brothers. Let me turn over to Khalil and then go to Quentin.
Yeah, appreciate it. And I wish I could be there September 21st, but I will be in Atlanta because I will be being inducted to the National Black Radio Hall of Fame on that day. So wish I could be there, but I got to be in Atlanta. Khalil, go right ahead.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you, Black Media. Thank you to a big brother and mentor, Michael Blake, and to you, Quentin, as well, a mentor and a peer, and to all of you who have joined and taken some time out. Those that are still staying with us tonight and are still on hanging out for these next 6 minutes, really appreciate. For those that wish to continue the conversation going, we will be here on Sunday, the fourth Sunday of every month. Win with Black Men host our call. It is our convening call that we do. The sisters do their call every Sunday. We hope in 2025 we can get to that level of frequency, but the fourth Sunday of every month, Win with Black Men convenes these calls. This Sunday, we're going to hope to have people who can discuss polling, media, digital content as well, and bring the facts to you so that you can take them back. This is public information that you can share. Kenan, I put the link in the chat, so if you can share that screen, that'd be great. As well as I'd be remiss if we didn't shout out a couple of people from our labor movement. We had Frederick Ingram, Secretary Treasurer for the American Federation of Teachers. We have Everett Kelly, President of the American Federation of Government Employees. Matt Morrison from Working America. Idemna Owifoso from the United Food Workers and Commercial Workers Union. Samuel Epps from Unite Here, Local 25, President of the Metro Washington Labor Council, as well as Fred Hicks from Black Men Decide and John Taylor from Black Men Build. I know there are more and more organizations that we didn't get to shout out. That does not mean we do not love you and appreciate the amazing hard work. I forget how the phrase goes, but charge it to my head, not to my heart, or however that frequency goes. But truly appreciate the work that you're doing on the ground. Each week we'll try to do a better job of making sure we can highlight all the work we're doing. Less than 100 days or just about 100 days to go. We need all of you to lean in. Again, we love the money that jingles. We appreciate the money that folds and clicks online. Please go to that link and donate tonight so we can keep this going and support the organizations that are doing the work on the ground. Again, winwithblackmen.org. Really excited to be here. Thank you, all of you, Roland, Mike, and Quentin. I'd kick it over to you.
Quentin?
Thanks so much to everybody again, especially to you as well, Roland. This has been a historic night. Don't want to keep rehashing that, but we're going to have to sit with this gentleman for the next few hours and going into tomorrow. A couple of things. Want to give a special shout out. Happy birthday, Congressman Clyburn, yesterday. Again, we continue to send our condolences to the family of Sheila Jackson Lee, tremendous leader who we all owe a great debt to. But again, to everyone who jumped on tonight, thank you all so much. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for the dollars. We want to keep raising. Again, we're at $1.3 million. Let's see, can we get to 2 million by tomorrow? The link will stay live. We'll keep promoting it on social media, so please keep sending that out. But as Michael Blake mentioned and Khalil mentioned, the work continues. If you are watching and you want to make sure that you or your family is registered to vote, please visit votetolive.org. There you can register. You can check your status. I live in Ohio. Over 100,000 people were purged from the rolls just last week. So make sure you check your status to make sure you haven't gotten purged anywhere you may be registered, or commit to vote, commit to cast a ballot. Those things will be really important. We'll be making sure that we are turning out Black voters this November through registration, mobilization, and turnout. Michael Blake mentioned the DNC coming up. We are looking to host a pretty major event on Thursday, August 22nd. It'll be at Soldier Field in Chicago, working with some amazing organizers, including Mayor Johnson there and Go Shy Life, amazing organization there in Chicago. That'll be a huge event. We want you all to be a part of that. We hopefully will have our nominee, Vice President Harris, there as well. But lots of things coming up that we'll be in touch. This will not be our last call, but again, our first. Thank you so much, Roland, for having us.
Let me thank Mike Blake, Quentin, Khalil. I can't remember if Mike called me or I called Mike. We were actually trying to call about the same thing. And folks, I need y'all to understand, this was put together literally in 12 hours. That's how quickly it all came together. We began to do the graphics, push everything out. And so the response, absolutely phenomenal. When I started Roland Martin Unfiltered, Black Star Network, this was actually one of the things that I envisioned. And I'm being very serious. When TV One canceled News One Now, Tom Joyner was retiring in December 2019. And I said, we've got to have a Black-owned media platform that we own and control to be able to get our message out for the 2020 election. Here we are in the second election cycle, and we're doing that. So a lot of y'all have been hitting me up. People have been saying, hey, how can we support? Listen, I tell it, we don't have billionaires, millionaires. We got these ad agencies that give us hell. And so I had Keenan early take the crawl down because I wanted to emphasize the Act Blue. But Keenan, you can go ahead and show our slide. If y'all want to support us in what we do, listen, we plan on traveling with these brothers, live streaming events, broadcasting events. We're going to be in Chicago, live streaming every single day. And so we got some old school people. They send checks and money orders, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Our Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. That's how you can support us here at the Black Star Network, my show and the 5 other shows that we have. We got 2 preachers that's going to close us out. And so what I want to do is I want Reverend Dr. Marcus Cosby, my alpha brother out of Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church from my hometown of Houston, Texas, but he's really from 3rd Ward, Texas. So I want Reverend Cosby to go first, and then Reverend Dr. William Barber is going to take us home with the benediction. So this is so powerful a night. We need 2 preachers to take us home. Reverend Cosby, take it away. Keenan, we got Reverend Cosby. Do we have Reverend Cosby, Keenan? All right. I don't know what's going on with Reverend Cosby. Do we have Reverend Barber?
Yeah.
Says Cosby's not connected. Okay. Reverend Barber.
I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yes, Doc. Go right ahead.
Roland, when I had the opportunity to preach the inaugural sermon for President Biden and Vice President Harris, I want to remember that tonight and say this benediction things that were said to them then. And we thank God for each of you who have come out online. God, we thank you for Roland and all of the other brothers that are leading in this moment. God, we thank you for every brother, from the barbershop to the businessman that participated in tonight. We thank you, God, for the privilege to be in this moment and in this hour. And God, we thank you that there are more than 26 million of us who are Black and eligible and able to vote in this country. And now, God, after such a powerful night, grant us wisdom and grant us courage for the facing of this hour, this moment. Grant us wisdom and courage to move and motivate every one of the voters in our community. Grant us the wisdom and courage to have a vision that calls all people who believe in justice and right to this task. Grant us wisdom and courage to be able to support this strong sister, for recognizing that in every generation you place some sisters to be Esther, to be Deborah, to be people who care more than just about themselves. And we heard tonight Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, say we, not I, what we can do if we stand together. Grant us the wisdom and grant us the courage to mobilize this we. Grant us the wisdom and the courage to take the onslaught of criticisms that will come and the lies that will be told and persevere with truth and unity and love. Grant us wisdom and courage to fight back with justice and courage and to never surrender. Grant us wisdom and courage for the facing of this hour, that you have given to us an opportunity that the stones that the builders rejected now have the power to be the chief cornerstones into building a new society and a brand new vision for the uplift of all people. Grant us wisdom and courage for the facing of this hour. Amen.
Reverend Barbara, I certainly appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Let me thank my team from the Black Star Network, Lisa. Let me thank Keenan for the amazing job handling all the guests, the StreamYard, all that good stuff. And so fantastic job. And also my crew here as well. Do we have a Marcus Cosby? Do we have Marcus Cosby? I see him in the green room. For some reason, we're unable to pull up Reverend Dr. Marcus Cosby. Not sure what's going on. So, but we'll guarantee this here. When we do our next mass call, we're going to make sure we have Reverend Dr. Marcus Cosby straight and praying with us. Not sure what's going on. For some reason, we're not able to pull him into our studio out of the green room. Let me thank all of you who connected to StreamYard, all of you who have been on our YouTube channel, all of you who have watched on Twitch, on Instagram, on Facebook. Thank you so very much. Don't forget, please go to winwithblackmen.org. Winwithblackmen.org. If you did not sign up, please sign up, fill the data out so we can keep you abreast of the things that we're doing moving forward. Folks, I thank you, all of you, for being with us. I thank every single caller. We could not get to all callers. Well, there were some technical issues. I see some callers in here. I could not pull you up. So for some reason, we had some technical issues with some callers. So my apologies, but this will not be the only time we do this. Folks, I will end with this. Dr. King's last speech took place on April 3rd, 1968 at Mason Temple in Memphis, Tennessee. And in that speech, Dr. King said that Black people individually are poor, yet collectively represent one of the largest economies in the world. He said in that speech that if we as Black folks move as a collective, then we are able to move mountains. When we move as a collective, then we're able to change things. Tonight was not about egos. Tonight was not about whose name is on the flyer, and who gets to speak and who doesn't speak. Tonight was about how do we move as a collective? How do people bring their talents to bear? So those are those who are organizers, who are mobilizers, who are political strategists, who handle media, who handle PR, who handle finance. This happened because brothers moved and operated in the collective. If we're going to change this country, then we must operate in the collective. That means that we must have people in all of our different cities, all of our neighborhoods, in our county, in our streets, who are moving and operating and not just focused on themselves. Because this is not about whether you get a tax cut. It's about whether or not we have civil rights, whether we have human rights, whether we have health care, whether we have quality education, whether we get funding for HBCUs. And so the challenge for every single one of us is whether we move as a collective, whether we understand that we must register folks, we must educate people. If there are people who say, man, I don't know about Vice President Kamala Harris, ain't never heard of her, take the time to educate them, take the time to find the information out. If they say, I've never heard of Trump's Project 2025, take the time to educate them, take the time to walk them through. Because must understand, you cannot say, I'm my brother's keeper. Now I'm my sister's keeper. You don't actually do it. If we move as a collective, like we did in Montgomery, like we did in Selma, like we did in Birmingham, like we've done all across this country, I can guarantee you this: America will be confronted with a mass force that they've always underestimated. Black people made, as Dr. King said, be true to what you put on paper. America was not a real democracy until the Black Freedom Movement. And we are going to do what is required to ensure that we maximize our power and we leverage power and influence. But it cannot happen if we as Black folks are operating in individual silos. It requires brothers and sisters working together. It requires folks putting ego aside. And as Dr. King said, if we move and operate as a collective, then and only then we'll be able to achieve what our aims are. Brothers and sisters, it's time for us to get to work. It's time for us to do what we are supposed to do, because the ancestors did what they were supposed to do. God bless you. Holla.
Thanks, Roland.